John Vervaeke he's kind of a like a academic mystic, sort of. He's a very interesting kind of guy. He's got very diverse type of perspective. He does Tai Chi. And he serves up some good word salad. So we'd like to see that. And so is Jordan Peterson. We kind of want to see these guys meet together and make their great word salad. And maybe we can try to understand a little bit of what they're saying. We'll find out together.
One way of thinking of what we're talking about when we're talking about like these circling practices and these dialogo practices is you're getting shared flow. You're getting flow in distributed cognition.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's what I'm inducing in my listeners on YouTube.
I don't know exactly about if you're inducing the flow state into your audience, but what he's doing is word salad, and that is making it very difficult for me to think in the natural way of thinking. It's hard to be so nuanced to not have your position be adopted or co-opted or hijacked by less mature interpretations.
See, for me, I tell people that Plato is sacred, which does not mean I can't question him. It does not mean that I can't disagree with him. It means the following. Plato transforms me. I go out and live my life for a while. The world then changes me because of the way I've been changed. I come back and I see things in Plato I didn't see before.
I like to encourage this flexibility in different ways of viewing the world rather than being stuck in one particular way and always thinking that that's the best way.
The reality that is most justifiable is brought about by the action of truth in the service of love.
Wow. Okay. I don't know if he's saying what is wrong. I don't know what he's saying. I don't know what he's saying. I can't tell if it's wrong. I don't know what the heck he's saying.
It's the depth within that allows you to appreciate the depth without.
This is the importance of attempting to see the maturity in other people's positions, because you can actually push it forward. You can actually together grow, as opposed to always seeing everybody in the world as having some sort of lazy, immature position, which kind of makes your own position become lazy and immature, right? It's that some sort of reflection, and you never grow, you never change, you never develop, and you just become perpetually dumbfounded with the entire world, thinking that everybody's crazy and not seeing that you're looking in the mirror.
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to speak today with John Vervaeke, a colleague of mine. He's the author and presenter of the YouTube series Awakening from the Meaning Crisis. And the meaning crisis. Meaning is what we're going to talk to John about today. John, do you remember when we met last?
I think the last time we were physically present was in 2015. We were at a Mind Masters discussion, you and I. It's on YouTube, and we were talking about meaning in life at that time. That was the last time I think we were present together.
Meaning we're learning
so
about.
So it's been six years, man.
Yeah.
A lot of water under the bridge.
That's for sure.
Since that time. So tell us about your current projects, if you would.
Oh, well, I'm currently engaged in a project of there's two projects one I've just finished, one I'm finishing. One was a CogSci project on consciousness called Untangling the World Knot. And in that, I was experimenting not only with new theoretical material, I was experimenting with a new way of presenting the material. So I presented the material rather than monologically, I presented it dialogically with a friend of mine, the psychologist Greg Enriquez. And so the material was presented dialogically, and which was very interesting for me because
I quite like he's got a YouTube channel, and it is fairly interesting how different the information comes about when he's, sometimes he can just speak and give presentations with some of his things, but then other ones he's saying there's a dialogue, it's more of a dialogue. And the way of presenting all the information is meant to be dialogical, which is that's fascinating. So he's never presenting it for a person to just like absorb as it is. He's always presenting it to be challenged, to be sort of adding nuance as he's expressing it, and for it to be a little bit more spontaneous and to react to how the person is understanding it. It's interesting how different the information is absorbed in that way.
Well, hopefully we can talk a bit more about that. My core project is a project of trying to understand more deeply the process of dialogue and what it does in distributed cognition. Mm-hmm. The other thing I'm doing.
What do you think is the difference between dialogue and thought? I mean, is thought an inner dialogue or trialogue or quadrilogue?
Well, that's a really good question because one of the things that I think...
Man, Jordan Peterson with a good question there. Is thought a dialogue, a monologue, a trialogue, a quadrilogue? How many yous are there speaking with yourself?
We are playing around with right now in the culture is a consideration of whether or not the monological model of thought, which has been very predominant, and the prototypical way in which you present your thought is with the treatise, for example. And we're now opening up to the idea that perhaps thought is more dialogical in nature. In fact, the idea that thought might be even reason might be more dialogical nature is coming into sort of the mainstream of cognitive science.
Interesting.
Well, let me throw an idea at you and tell me what you think of it. It's something I've been working with. We might as well dive right into this.
Let's get into it.
It seems to me that thought has two main components. There's a revelatory component, and that manifests itself most remarkably, I would say, in flashes of insight, but those maybe spread all the way out to religious revelation along a similar continuum. So there's a revelatory element to thought, and that's the thought that in some sense springs out of the void. And I think the way that you manifest that thought is by consciously or unconsciously posing yourself a problem. And I think that in some sense it's akin to prayer, although we don't notice that. And maybe that
Revelatory thoughts. So this is the revelatory thought, right? When you don't think it intellectually, and maybe not even the part of you that is metacognitive, the part that actually monitors all of the cognitive processes, maybe that doesn't even have anything to engage with, and that's not a part of it. Maybe it is sometimes, maybe it isn't. But you have another process that actually does the thinking, and then it just gives you the thought. It gives the metaconsciousness the thought. It gives whatever you think you are, your thoughts. But it isn't exactly what you consider your own cognitive control. It's sort of a separate kind of thing, and it just reveals it to you. Yeah, I can understand that.
that's because we've internalized prayer so deeply, we don't even notice we do it anymore.
Now, obviously, Jordan Peterson making the jump to calling it prayer is a little strange, a little weird. And then for him to say that we just don't recognize we're doing it, I don't like that very much, right? Because he's pressing his own interpretation, which is fine. He has his own interpretation. I like the interpretation. But then he's like trying to push it onto other people and saying you just don't recognize that you're praying. Well, that's not necessarily the case. You just have other cognitive functions that are working behind or in the background of your metacognitive function. You aren't sort of monitoring it maybe at that moment.
I mean, people have been praying for a long time, right? So you have a problem, you want a solution, you ask yourself, well, what do you think of this? And then you wait. And then at some point, sometimes when you're sleeping, sometimes when you're awake, I mean, sometimes so powerfully when you're sleeping, it jerks you awake. The answer appears and you think, well, I thought that up. But that's a strange thing to think.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things
Depends on
you
who
said
I
about
am.
thought was that most people encounter thoughts. Nobody will ever find this quote, of course, because I'm sure I've modified it, but like they find a table when they walk into a room. It's just there.
Yep.
And then we attribute it to ourselves. But then there's the dialogical element where we take a look at the thought, or there might be the dialogical element if you're further along in the development of your thought. You take the thought and you subject it to a critical dialogue or trialogue or with inner avatars. So, okay, your turn, man.
Yeah, that's great.
I like it.
So I think that's an important note. I do a lot of work on the nature of insight.
He didn't mention the other type of thought. He just said revelatory thoughts. But
And
okay.
I think the theoretical argument and the empirical evidence, I think, is converging on the idea that the insight processes, or perhaps we'll just say the insight process, makes use of cognitive machinery that's very different from inferential machinery. And in fact, there's times when they can even be opposed or interfere with each other.
Okay, so I have a comment about that.
Yeah.
You know that when people develop prefrontal dementia, sometimes they experience a burst of creativity.
Of course. And
Yes, and it's because the editor module goes down. And that's associated, I think, with the cognitive module for thought. That's Vervaeke's area rather than Broca's area.
you get
If I got
similar
that
things.
right?
Yeah.
He got caught up in the revelatory thought. He forgot the rest. Yeah, he just forgot it. Well, common conversation sort of thing. I love this sort of split between we have the insight mechanism and then we have the inference mechanism, and these things are just different. They're different ways of evaluating the world, and they don't really. I mean, they kind of work together in some senses, but sometimes you can get so caught up in the inference mechanism or the sort of normal way of thinking, the sort of linear logical thoughts. You can get caught up in that and completely forget all of the other, I would just say all the other intuitive thought processes, which would include social interactions, which would include emotional awareness or aesthetic sort of things, or if we start getting to the spiritual and insight and so on and so forth. If you get too caught up in one form of thinking, it may block all the other ways of thinking. So yeah, the insight versus inference mechanism. And I didn't know this thing about this dementia. If somebody gets into dementia, so essentially they're their normal sort of way of thinking, the linear logical thoughts, that's kind of falling apart. But all the other parts of their brain are flourishing. You know, they're still being very creative. They're still, all the other intuitions are still pretty much working. Or maybe they run free. They're no longer blocked by the mind. That's fascinating to me.
Okay.
You also get similar things if you get sort of minor damage in sort of right prefrontal. You'll also get, Vervaeke did some experiments where people who have that kind of damage also show increased facility with insight problems.
Right. So, you know, I'm building this writing app right now, and we're going to launch it in about a month, but I'm suggesting to people that when they write, they separate out the editing process entirely. And so they try to rely on the non-critical revelatory process to generate ideas. And that means they can't try to write a perfect sentence to begin with. They just have to restrict the editor and ask the revelatory system to step forward. And so what do you think about its akinness to prayer?
That's a good idea.
That's kind of a radical idea. Well,
that's a radical idea. That's a crazy idea, Jordan. I like the idea, but we don't need to, it's not necessary. We don't need it to be necessarily true and push it onto other people, but I like the idea anyway. This idea about writing and making, like, deliberately trying to not edit. So like deliberately getting rid of that sort of natural, logical, whatever process, part of the mind. Just get rid of that. Get rid of the inference mechanism and let the insight mechanism just run free. Maybe not going to the extent of, like, what do you call this sort of medium writing, or like free writing or ghost writing, or I don't know what that's called, but maybe not going to that extent, but writing without any sort of critical thing in mind, just letting it happen, let it all flow out. And then at another time, bring only the critical mind and just sort of organize things better. It's an interesting idea. Maybe I should think about that for music.
It's a really radical idea.
I don't think it's that radical.
Well, you're a radical, so that's why. That's why it's fun to talk to you.
Well, the idea, I think it's only radical if you go in with some presupposed epistemologies of what's going on in thought. You may be an empiricist in which you think your relationship to thought or any knowledge acquisition process is a purely passive receptive one, or you may be a romantic where you think that thought is literally, you hear it literally in the expression, an expression, a pushing out, an act of imposition on the world. But what I think the phenomena of insight does is reveal that a lot of our thinking is neither active nor passive. It's what I like to call participatory. It's the same kind of thing like, participating in a conversation. It's not just a sequence.
That's what he's saying. He's saying both. Participation.
Actions and passive receptivity. There's a co-collaboration. We're co-creating. We're making something together. In fact, that's one of the defining features I have for what I call dialogos. I try to use the ancient Greek word rather than the modern word.
The logos.
Yeah, because
that's also my a word I use frequently.
Yep.
We haven't talked about why people want us to talk, and the reason they want us to talk is because our ideas dovetail to a substantial degree and also diverge interestingly, and so I guess they want us to talk so that we can think.
Well, that's it.
Very nice.
And that's what I was going to say. That's one of the defining. I would say one of the defining. It certainly seems to be the case as a defining criteria for Socrates, that if you and I can get to places in the dialogos that we couldn't get to individually,
definitely
then real dialogos has come into existence. And
use the Greek words and also appeal a lot to etymology. I'm going to try my best to not mention any of the sort of puns or etymology things that happen, because John Vervaeke does it very often. I'm just putting it, I'll put it in front before a lot of it happens. I'll just get it out of my system right now. I don't like puns. I don't like etymology, but I said it. All right. I don't have to say it again. There you go. I said it. I don't have to say it again. There you go. He's going to be giving us a lot of etymology and trying to explain his point by making some weird sort of, sometimes he likes to do this sort of emphasis on different parts of words, emphasis on the root of the word, or emphasis on the prefix or the suffix or whatever, to try to make us think about the etymology of the word. I don't like this. I don't like it at all. But we're going to hear it today, and I'm not going to comment on it anymore. All right? It's out of my system. I said it.
That's Philia Sophia, the love of wisdom, as opposed to Philia Nikeia, the love of victory. And so
right. I didn't know those phrases. Phia
Yes,
Say
no
it
one,
again?
no one knew those phrases, Jordan. This is why it's ridiculous for people to do this. No one knew those phrases. Okay, I'm sorry, it's out of my
Sophia,
system.
which is the
Philia, Sophia. Sure, wisdom is the feminine essence of God.
Yeah, well, and also,
Interestingly.
but the philia is, it's itself a collaborative love. It's
Did you say philia? Yeah.
philia? Yeah, philia.
Philia and
Philia, Sophia. So
Philia, Sophia.
the three loves: Eros, Philia, Agape. This is Philia. And
Philia,
Philia is the
agape.
love that is done.
What's the other one?
It is expressed and shared in community. And then Sophia, of course, is the word for wisdom. That's where we get philosophy from. And Philia, Nikeia is the love of victory, like Nike, victory. And
right, and yeah, it's interesting because tell me what you think of this. I think the YouTube dialogues that we undertake are characterized by Philia, Sophia, and the YouTube dialogues conducted in the main by the, what would you call it, legacy media are Philia,
Nikeia.
Nikeia. And I think people appreciate Philia, Sophia much better.
You better.
Can we speak English? This is an English stream, okay? We're not not a Greek speaking stream. But yeah, I like this. It's kind of a comment that's just attacking, other people, which is kind of ridiculous. But it's a fine thing to say, right? People are learning to appreciate this sort of coming together and trying to actually develop our wisdom together, and I think that's a good thing. We're starting to develop that in the wider, broader cultural phenomena. I don't know what word I'm trying to say here. So, wider cultural acceptance for this sort of, it's all Greek to you, wider cultural acceptance of this phenomena of like actually speaking in good faith and trying to interpret people really, really well, and having a mature response and having a mature interpretation of people's arguments, and then really developing our wisdom together, as opposed to just like bashing each other and just trying to win a debate. It's a very big difference. It's a very different approach to discussions, and well, some of them are productive and the other ones aren't. But of course, the victory is a little bit more entertaining. Usually a little bit more entertaining. So you gotta have a balance somehow.
I certainly appreciate it much better.
I just did I did two of these with Bernardo Kastrup. One was 3 hours and one was 4 hours. And the accepted wisdom is nobody's going to listen to those. And
they're very good. We tried to watch the Bernardo Kastrup and the John Vervaeke on stream, but it was too boring. And you know what? Maybe this is too boring too, but we're pausing a lot. Why do we pause so much? We got to watch this because it's long. But anyway, it was too boring for us to watch on stream. It's so good. I really love. They had two conversations. They're so good. Highly recommend it. The channel's called Theories of Everything with Kurt Jaimungal. He had John Vervaeke and Bernardo Kastrup on. Very, very good discussions. It was kind of a love fest. I liked it a lot, but too boring for stream and way too long. Both of them were super long. I like the style though.
These are extremely popular. People are willing to hang in, precisely because.
How popular?
Well, I mean, they've, there's been, I think, 20,000 views for the first one, and it's been up for like a week. And there's been like, 8,000 views of the second one. It's been up for a couple of days. And this is for a 4-hour video.
Yeah, I mean, 10,000 people came to see Sam Harris and I talk in Ireland. And that was primarily Philia Sophia with a hint of Philia. Wrapped, I forgot it again.
Nikeia.
Yes, of course.
Nike, the shoe.
I just have to picture the shoe. Philia, Nikeia.
Or you could just speak English. That's another alternative option. You could just speak English. How about that one, Jordan? That'd be better. We all know English.
Yes, I'm accused of loving Philia Nikeia, but I don't. I find that distasteful, and I'm much more comfortable with Philia Sophia, and I hope that's evident.
I think so.
That's very much. Yeah. I mean, this sort of started with my projects. My major project right now, and this is why I'm doing these other things in this manner, is I put together an anthology for publication, and I'm doing a lot of work on it as I'm trying to understand what is dialogos, how do we bring it about, and I'm looking. The two areas of research are I'm of course looking back into the philosophical heritage, the whole Socratic tradition. but I'm also doing a lot of participant observation, participant experimentation in all these emerging communities, the circling community, the authentic relating community, philosophical insight, philosophical fellowship. I'm trying to learn how to do this, share this with other people.
It seems to me, tell me what you think of this. It seems to me that this, okay, so you're a participant observer. I feel like we're tracking something, and that this must be associated with our hunting instinct, that the Philia Sophia is a...
Oh, very
because
much.
I feel like I'm tracking. So I believe this is from The Lord of the Rings with Bilbo, but I could be completely wrong about this. There's a scene near the end of the book where he makes his way across a swamp full of souls, and he feels for the rocks underneath that make out the path, but he can't see them because the water is murky, and so he feels them out. And it seems to me that Philia Sophia is associated with that, is that you feel your way to something solid, and then you take the next step. And that manifests itself in speech, but is it mutual tracking? Is it a reprogramming of the tracking circuit that we used for so long when we were dialogical hunters?
What is he saying? I am triggered because I agree with the sentiment, but why did he say it in this way? And what was the point of bringing up Lord of the Rings? Oh my gosh, the word salad sometimes is too much for me to even handle. My goodness. Jordan, what is going on? What did that mean? Okay, yeah, but true though, right? But true though, still, but true. I agree with it. So not too much harshness here, right? You're feeling each other out. You're making a point, and it's like you kind of figure out if it's solid, then it's solid. Okay, good. You made that point. Now you stand on that point. Now you try to figure out another point. You try to see, okay, is that solid? Is that solid? You figure that one out. Oh, okay, we got this new point. And it's essentially what I was describing earlier about you have this you start with a sort of immature position, you attack it, and then you defend it, and you go over it, and then you attack that and defend it, and then you attack that and defend it, and you keep going and keep going and keep going until, you have a very mature, nuanced position. And I think that is a fair way of describing it. No need to bring up our hunting instinct with some sort of, evolutionary psychology, and no need to bring up Lord of the Rings, I don't think, but whatever. That's his own communication style, and we love it.
Well, I
signaling
think
to each other?
I think
We're
so.
on the track of wisdom as a beast.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think,
Slouching towards Bethlehem.
Is right. And it's a main claim of most of 4E cognitive science that our higher cognitive processes are exapted from more direct sensory motor interaction. And, and you're right. Socrates talks about, a willingness to follow the logos wherever it goes. Mm-hmm. And the interesting thing when you do these practices...
do you think that's any different than prayer? Because you could hardly say that in a more Christian way.
Well,
Follow the logos wherever it goes. Can we also follow anything else? I like to follow the beauty wherever it goes. But that's just me. I like beauty. I'm a fan of the aesthetics. And some people may follow the good, the morally good wherever it goes, and so on and so forth. Must we only follow the logos? Just a thought.
Yeah. Well, let me say something about that, because when I've done the participant observation, what happens is at first people are taken aback by a kind of intimacy that is not sexual, or it's a kind of immediacy that the culture doesn't currently prepare them for. So they're taken aback. Right, this kind of intimacy and connection.
John, that's exactly what I experience when people come up on the street and tell me that they've been watching my videos and that their life has been changed. There's this instant immediacy that takes me aback, and it floors me, and it really does. I
get the same thing. I get people when I talk to them and they've watched the series or something like that, and they've spent like 50 hours with me in their head, and they think they know me intimately.
Well, maybe they do, John.
Yeah, maybe they do.
You don't know them, or maybe you do.
These parasocial relationships are kind of strange, right? But you do get to know people, and in a way, they know you. In a way, they do know you. In a way, you know them because you've influenced them so much, and you're speaking to them. The reason why, if somebody's watching so much of it, they kind of resonate with it, and they kind of mold it towards your position after watching so much of it. So you kind of know them. It's kind of strange.
They're Philia Sophia, and it knows yours, and so it's instant intimacy, but it's very disconcerting.
It is, and it's very hard for me initially because I'm by nature very sort of socially phobic.
Well, it doesn't get easier.
But when I'm doing the
I too am an introvert, and man, I don't really social situations, especially with strangers. Man, not the biggest fan personally. Not the biggest fan personally. So I can totally understand that.
practices, what happens is initially people are caught up in this intimacy, and then what happens is, and people have various names for it: the we space, the Geist, logos, spirit. There's a sense of
wherever I am between you, I'm with you.
Yeah, where two or three are gathered in my name, there I am also, right? And so there's this sense.
That's a name for it, all right.
There's that
when did
sense.
you put the Christian spin on this?
Well, I mean, there's sections in the episodes in the series where I talk a lot about Christianity. I mean, one of the odd things that's happened to me is I did an episode on agape, and I've had many Christians, including Christian pastors like Paul Vanderklay, said that was one of the best explanations of agape they ever heard, and it was sort of startling from them because.
So Vanderklay is following you, obviously, as well.
They said it was odd for a non-Christian to be doing this, but
somebody had to.
I'm interested now. I want to look it up and see what this explanation of agape is, and see how we can distinguish different types of love and admiration, or whatever agape means. I don't know what it means. It means agape. So that'd be kind of interesting.
That's fair enough.
But God, what a nasty bastard I am.
Very Christian.
No. This is fun.
Yeah.
But the thing I wanted to say is, like, when you're in, like, because I've done circling, I've been in these events, and when this happens, you get people from all kinds of backgrounds, religious, non-religious, sort of, officially atheist or something like, and they start using spiritual language to describe.
Yes, I've been in that situation in my therapy sessions many times. As soon as you talk about anything that's really serious, you use religious language. And that means religious language is the language of extraordinary seriousness. I mean, when you talk about good and evil, and you do that in therapy when you're talking to someone who's been touched with malevolence repeatedly, there's no alternative, then you're in this religious ground.
I think that's right.
What does that mean? And this spirit that we're tracking, that's the spirit that's laid the golden thread throughout history. And we're in dialogue with that spirit, and that's the ancestral spirit.
Is morality necessarily spiritual to him? It's interesting. When you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Yeah, that's Jordan Peterson's Christianity there. Yep, everything is. The way that I like to explain it, I'm not sure if this is a necessary way of looking at it, but it seems to be a fairly good explanation or one good perspective of viewing how Jordan Peterson is looking at it. So I would say that there's like processes that are intellectual, we'll say, or what was the word they used earlier? That was a good word. Inference mechanisms. Logical is kind of how I like to put it. There's this sort of way of interacting in the world, and then there's a bunch of different ways which are intuitive. And Jordan Peterson just kind of captures all of those intuitions and calls them religious or Christian. Specifically Christian, but spiritual in some way. So he's saying things like any sort of aesthetic, any sort of moral, any sort of serious thing he's saying here, which is kind of weird, any sort of emotional thing, all of these things are necessarily Christian from his worldview, because he thinks of any sort of intuition as being Christian. And he's saying, he said this to Sam Harris, that Sam Harris can't be an atheist, and he also said this to Matt Dillahunty. They can't be atheists because they love their family, or because they create art, or because they're not murdering people on the streets, or they're not doing anything immoral, and so on and so forth. So he conflates all sort of intuitive processes with Christianity. It's kind of a weird way of doing it. So that's my go-to analysis of how he uses the word generally. And I don't know if it's necessarily fully explanatory, but it's one way of looking at it, I think. Anything I think is good, important, is Christian, yeah. Anything is lame is not Christian, true. That's how he sees it, definitely. And
so that ancestral spirit that's the spirit that manifests itself, I think, is God the Father. That's the ancestral spirit that lays down the golden thread. Mm-hmm. That's what's different than logos. Maybe, and I don't know how to...
Different than logos, right? So this is what I was saying earlier. You have the logical processes, and then you have intuitive processes. It's different than logos. Anything that's different than logos is God the Father. He just said it right there. Anything that's different from your logical processes or your intellectual processes, those must be Christian. That's how he's saying it.
How to parse out the triune conception exactly, because you talk about this logos manifesting itself in the dialogue Sophia.
Yeah.
And logos is in there, right?
Dialogos,
so
yes.
is the Son the love of wisdom? I mean, that makes sense. Or is that the Spirit?
Well, I don't know.
Neither do I.
A Trinitarian interpretation. I do know that.
Yeah, is God the Father is all the intuitive things, but is the Spirit the logos or not? Is it the logos and the Son talking together? That's the dialogos, which is the logos. Interesting. It's very confused sort of way of divvying up these things, I think.
What happens, and maybe this...
But what do you think of the God the Father interpretation that I just laid on you, man?
I think it's crazy, Jordan. You're a crazy person. But no, actually, I like it. I think it's a good way of dividing the world into sort of two broad categories, intuitive and then logical, right? That's how I would use the language, or logical and not logical, however you want to use it. But there's some like two broad categorizations. He's just calling it God the Father. I don't like the label personally, but I think it's a fine division. I think it's a very good division, actually. And there are a lot more divisions that could be made. And we probably want to parse out all those different ways of dividing the things. And we also kind of want to see how people think about these divisions themselves and how they naturally divide up all of our different sort of psychological processes. Because some people do it differently. Some people would just say that everything is reasoning, everything is reasonable. If you do things that, like, if you're doing things aesthetically or morally or, spiritually or all of that, we're going to call all of that reason. Nothing is not reasonable. And that's one way of dividing it. But we want to be kind of clear with our language, and we can notice that a lot of people use these types of words very, very differently. And this division between what is logical or the logos and what is not the logos and what is intuitive otherwise is very, very different in the sort of way that people think about it.
Well, I mean, I've just been reading a lot about Christian Platonism, and I watched your talk with Jonathan, and I found it. I mean, you guys were talking Christianity, and fair enough, and I appreciate the earnestness and the authenticity. But there was, a lot of to my ear, there was a lot of Platonism in there.
Have you read The Immortality Key?
No, I haven't read The Immortality Key.
You need to read it. I just interviewed the author. He's been tracking the use of psychedelics in There
isn't a division. It's a distinction within the whole. Yeah, there's a difference between the Western mindset and the Eastern mindset. Yeah, true. We don't want to have maybe you can have a sharp division when you're trying to define it and talk about it, but to be very clear, these things permeate very easily. There's lots of swiveling between them. When you're doing some of the processes, all of it gets blurred. It becomes a sort of it may be important to talk about it, make these clear divisions between these things, but to be very certain when in practice, these are all working together. There's no real separation between any of the processes.
Where all the Greeks went to be enlightened, the
Delphi?
And in the Delphic mysteries, exactly. And
well, I was going to say that. I mean, I read a book I would recommend too,
and he integrates that with Christianity. Is stressing the Greek. And so I asked him and Dr. Ruck, who's from Harvard. He wrote The Road to Aloysius. So it's the Eleusinian mysteries that I'm reaching for. He's been tracking.
I just like their communication style. I like how they're just kind of both started on a track and they both wanted to talk and they both have separate conversations happening at the exact moment right now. I like this. I like this a lot. And Jordan's just not stopping. He's just going to keep talking and don't let John come in. It's unfortunate because obviously when you're on the internet, the slight bit of lag makes it a little bit more difficult to have this sort of communication style where people kind of talk over each other a little bit or kind of have multiple tracks at the same time. But I like that type of style of communicating. I think it's very fun. I think it's a lot more, it's just a lot more bubbly and interesting and captivating for me. It's a style that I like. And I wish we could see these guys in person, kind of talking to each other and interrupting a little bit more and talking over each other and having two parallel tracks of the conversation happen at the same time. It's a lot of fun.
Use of psychedelics for 2,000 years in Greece in the Eleusinian Mysteries, making the claim that psychedelic experience in Eleusis was core to Greek culture, the bedrock of Greek philosophy. That's part of the revelatory element that we're talking about, and that all of Greek philosophy emerged as a consequence of that revelatory Eleusinian experience.
It could be. I mean, Cordford made...
When I actually experienced it with the philosophy Twitch guy, I didn't like him. I don't think he was following my position at all. It was a little different. He did just kind of talk over me, but he wasn't like, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. It wasn't like a collaborative, like we're talking over each other and it's kind of like a fun dance, you know? It was like, he was just like stomping on me and didn't want me to give my position. It was weird. Anyway, maybe you're right.
Good arguments about, you know, the divine men that were the precursors to the philosophers being influenced by Thracian shamanism. And you get figures that are right on the border.
Who is that?
Hornford.
Hornford.
And
influenced by what brand of shamanism? Hornford?
Thracian shamanism, shamans from Thrace, which is north of Greece. And so Cornford talked about, like, because you get very weird things about Pythagoras. He did a thunderstone ceremony where he went into a cave and died and came back. And of course how do you
spell Hornford or Cornford?
Hornford, Cornford. Cornford, and the idea there is that the sort of soul flight practices within shamanism are taken up into Pythagoras's notion of soul flight.
Yeah, well, I imagine the soul flight practices are the same thing as the Eleusinian Mysteries. Essentially, they're a continuation of the shamanic tradition into the present. Well, that's the thesis of this book, anyways.
What's interesting to me is, you know, that Plato represents Socrates as being able to bring about that state in people through dialogue alone. I know what that means. Yeah.
And so do you.
Yeah, very much. And when I see people in these practices, what happens is they first orient on each other, then they orient on the logos. They find an intimacy with the logos. And then
what do you mean by that?
Well, what they do is they come to find that they're not only in relationship to each other, they're in relationship to this Geist or logos that's happening in the distributed cognition. I mean,
okay. So that's a very interesting way of phrasing it. So that's what I see as the spirit that's guiding the golden thread. And that's what you're praying to when you ask for a revelatory thought when you're confused. So imagine that imagine we're holographic in relationship to this distributed cognitive net. Okay. Right. So the part contains some of the whole.
Very much.
And the whole would be this distributed spirit that you're just describing, at least as it's enacted. And so insofar as you're a holographic, minuscule, but complete in some sense, kenotic representation of this spirit, you can ask it for it to bestow its wisdom on you. And its operation in your unconscious produces the revelatory thought.
Okay, well, that is deeply converging with a lot of the cog psi that I'm bringing to it.
Good.
Okay, so the idea here is that distributed cognition has a property, collective intelligence, that is something that is not just the sum of individual intelligences, and there's increasing evidence for this.
Yeah, well, you can imagine. Sorry, I'm prone to do this, but
I love this. How we have this collective. We have to have this so different. We have to understand that it's very different from a collective intelligence and just like a bunch of people who are smart, or just like adding up all of the intelligences that most people have. That's not the same thing. The collective intelligence is like just a whole different way of interacting. A group of people interacting is not just like the intelligences of the group added together. There's more that comes out of this. I like it.
You can imagine it's like reading a book. I mean, I have this distributed spirit in my head, plus I have my own experience. And so I'm the combination of that distributed spirit and my own.
Well, yeah, that's the extended mind.
So that's probably what the Son is, John, in the Trinitarian spirit, is that combination, because that's an incarnation of the spirit in a particular time and place. Well, and that's what I bring to the dialogue.
Well, that's good. Let's play with that. I like serious play. I think that's how we go through.
Okay. Well,
Serious play.
so we've got the father as that distributed entity that stretches back in time.
Well, no, you see, let's play with that, because let me first try something and then let's see if it maps in, because people get into, they start to realize the presence of the collective intelligence above and beyond the presence of Tom and Sue and Anne. Right. And then they start to enter into relationship with that. But then there's a further thing that happens. And this, I think, might point to what you're.
Okay, so maybe that's the spirit, that thing that's inhabiting everybody at that time, right? So it's akin to the Son and it's akin to the Father, but it constitutes that distributed space.
And so what I think might I think of it as the Neoplatonic one, and that would correspond, right? And so
that's your peculiarity.
Yeah, we'll come back to why I think that language is helpful. I'm not claiming it's exclusive. I'm not doing that.
Hey, I'm not claiming it's not helpful either.
So what they do is they get to a place where, and not everybody does this, because you can imagine it depends.
What did you just say? Not everybody does this.
Well, no,
you want to put that on a T-shirt.
What I mean is that
Jordan is having a good time here. Okay, we haven't heard John say anything. Jordan is having a good time. He might be a little drunk. I don't know. I don't think he's drunk, but he's having a good time for some reason. He's just chilling. He's not being very serious. He's joking about. He's making these weird connections. He's just jumping in all the time. It'd be great to have these people in person, because they could do it more often to each other and actually like bounce off and continue the conversation. But it's a little weirder with a lag. You kind of have to stop and let the other person speak.
Notice that, John.
Most people that are doing the circling, they don't. Many of them are happy just with what you might call the psychological intimacy. Then
yes, no wonder.
Yep. And then some people move to what you might call logos intimacy.
Psychological intimacy.
And then some people move through that, and by means of it, to an intimacy of what is the fount of that? What is the ground of that? What is it about the reality that makes this kind of thing possible? They start to think of it.
So they're reflecting on it.
They're reflecting on
like
it.
We're doing. Like we're doing? Is that?
Yeah, very much. And you can think about this kind of move. And for me, this is where the prototypical Socratic Platonic move comes, where you get the idea that the very process of intelligibility gives you is the most profound access we have to the way reality is realizing itself. And that's how people start to talk. They start to talk about reality, but beyond the we space. So there's us, the we space, and then the reality. And maybe that corresponds better with the Trinity that you're looking for.
Well, I think you probably lost me to some degree with that last move.
Okay.
So maybe I can get you to lay it out a bit more.
So what people start to do is, in relationship to the way the logos is unfolding, they start to see a pattern of how things can unfold and make sense. And then they start to see that maybe that's the pattern that is ultimately discloses reality to them. That's how they start to think.
Well, that's okay. So is that akin? This is why you're so interested in consciousness. I mean, I think maybe one of the things you and I share is that we find it difficult to make a distinction between the consciousness of reality and reality itself.
So I think, that's why I coined this term transjective, to try and talk about the relationship, these kinds of relationships of participation, that they're being co-created.
That line of thought is completely ended. He wanted to get a clarification. He stopped the clarification, and now we're going to go on another divergent tangent, which is very good. I like this word transject. I don't know what it means, but I like the word. I'm guessing it means so it's not objective or subjective. I'm guessing it means trans objective or subjective. I think that's what he means, which is fascinating. I like the word.
Transjective.
Okay, so expound upon that.
Well, the notion is ultimately ultimately derived from Tillich's idea of the symbol as that which grounds and makes possible the relationship between the subjective and the objective. It would be the kind of idea that you have in ancient epistemology, whereas instead of thinking of knowledge as representing something over there, Aristotle's idea is the mind and
non-binary objective. This is very interesting. I like this transjective word. I rewatched the discussion I had with one of my friends on art, and I said that it wasn't. I don't think it's objective or subjective. And now I have a new phrase that I can throw in there. It's transjective. I don't know if it's more descriptive of anything, but it's a cool label I could throw in there. It's not objective. It's not subjective. It's transjective.
The object that is known come into conformity. I'm using shape as a metaphor for form, where form means something more like, a Platonic form, the structural functional organization that makes it be what it is. This is the key Greek idea. That which makes it be what it is also what makes it be knowable as it is. And so I'm not representing the cup. My mind conforms to it. It has the same form as it. And so it's not right to say that it's sort of...
Well, that's what you do when you reach to pick up the cup, according to Piaget.
Well, yes, very much.
And so in some sense, you're mimicking the cup by understanding it.
You're shaping yourself to it. Right,
yes.
Which is different. So, and this is the difference between a Cartesian and a theological approach to knowledge, right? Because the Cartesian approach is, I don't have to undergo transformation in fundamentally in who I am in order to know. I just have to properly organize my propositions. But if you go before Descartes, right, even reading was pursued not informatively, but transformatively. The idea was, unless I go through fundamental transformations, there are deep truths that will not be disclosed to me. That's a conformity theory of knowing as opposed to a representational theory.
Conformity theory of knowing as opposed to representation. You don't need to represent it in your mind or think about it. You have to be it, conform to it. Interesting. I like this idea of reading. John Vervaeke has mentioned on some other podcast, I don't know which one I'd listened to, but he was saying that he likes to read aloud, and it completely changes how you read. And I've noticed that when I read on stream, it's very different from when I read personally by myself. And I started actually just reading aloud, and it does feel very different. It's a whole different type of process. And it kind of gets into you differently. I quite like it personally. So different styles of reading here.
And what happens, what I'm saying is people, they feel themselves being conformed to reality through the logos.
So that's a feeling of personal transformation? And is that the feeling of is that same feeling of tracking? Is that the same as stumbling uphill with your cross? Towards the city of God?
Well,
that's why I asked the question.
I don't know about that.
Well, let me try.
I don't know either. Okay.
So,
this is some metaphor that pops into my mind all the time. Yeah. We're shouldering this burden.
I don't know about that one, Jordan.
What is the burden? Well, for you said it's transformative consciousness, or I think that's what you said. And we stumble uphill with it towards what?
Well, let me try. That's a great question.
Thank you. Well, I spent a lot of time thinking it up.
Well, for me, so one of the things, and this is again for me from the Socratic tradition, this kind of knowing that we're talking about, this kind of transformational knowing, there's no clean separation from you knowing the thing and you knowing yourself. Do
you think there's a clear separation from the insight experience, or is that the same thing?
I think the insight experience is exactly that kind of thing in small doses. And then when you start to link them together, you can get flow experiences. And what happens in flow experiences...
Yeah, and if you link them together too much, it's nonstop flow experience. And then the question is, can you tolerate it?
Well, that's another. I mean, that's a good question.
There's another question. Maybe we can get to that. I'm not sure I can tolerate it.
Well, there's the possibility, and this comes from my experience, my decades experience as a Taoist Tai Chi player. I mean, Csikszentmihalyi largely talks about what you might call hot flow, and the flow that you experience, the flow you experience when there's a lot of metabolic expenditure. But you can get into the flow state when you're doing Tai Chi Chuan, and you're not doing a tremendous kind of, at least physiological. I imagine there's stuff going on cognitively, but you don't have that same sense of I'm going to burn out. You have this different.
I need some of that because I have that sense of I must be in a hot state of flow then all the time.
But the thing about the good state of flow is that it opens up the possibility for you to. You have more time to explore that participatory sense. So like Csikszentmihalyi says, you're in the flow state, you have the sense of at-one-ment, right? That powerful, that's one of the defining features. And
atonement.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Right. And you have.
And so what do you think that means? Because that pulls original sin into it.
No comment.
Well, or the other way around, or original sin made use of the idea of at-one-ment that is originally applied.
Yeah, as the antidote, as the stuff of the Grail. as atonement. But that's the city on the hill too.
It is. I mean, and if we're
or it's the wandering up to the city on the hill. That's the other possibility, or another possibility.
You've got I've got John Bunyan's Pilgrim Progress going through me. I've got Augustine's City of God. I'm trying to parse them.
That's a tough road to hoe there, John.
What I was saying is,
what were you saying?
That when you're doing this kind, like when you can get into a more of a cool flow, rather than a hot flow.
Teach me.
Well, I'd love to. That'd be great. What I've noticed, and I see this also happening in, this. When you think of what we're talking about when we're talking about like these circling practices and these dialoga practices, is you're getting shared flow. You're getting flow in distributed cognition.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's what I'm inducing in my listeners on YouTube, and I think it happened with John, with my Carver friend.
Jonathan Pajot.
Jonathan, yes. Yeah. And that was a very peculiar podcast, and I thought it did that, and this one will too.
Well, that's the thing. Is and
look, it got 1.5 million views. Like, what the hell's going on?
Because I think Jonathan is.
So this is interesting because we're talking about this sort of flow thing. I don't know exactly about the flow state and if you're inducing the flow state into your audience, but this seems to be kind of, what he's doing is word salad, and that is like making it very difficult for me to think in the natural way of thinking. So I have to stop that from happening and then go into this other mode of interacting with whatever the heck he's saying, breaking the flow repeatedly by stopping it. Yeah, but I feel like if they were actually speaking in person, it wouldn't break the flow, which is the very unfortunate part of this type of communication style on the internet, because you can't speak over people. It's hard to have that sort of overlapping communication style while you're, on the internet and there's a little bit of lag. But man, it'd be so good to have them in person. But I feel like the same thing can happen with anybody who has like this word salad, right? We listen to Deepak Chopra for long enough, and he talks about reality being an illusion, and he just gives us billions of examples. Like at some point, we don't understand what the heck he's saying. I don't know what the heck he's talking about, but like I get it in another way, right? Like people say all the time, it resonates. You won't understand, but it resonates deeper than what you can think. And this is pretty much what's happening. And I feel like this is probably what I didn't watch the Jonathan Pajot episode, but I can see how that could happen in this episode, because we have like a very clear line of thought and a very they have a very specific topic that they're about to talk about, and they go for like half a sentence, and then they get to another wholly completely different topic, which is very complex, and we're like going there, and then we have like 2 sentences, and then we jump to a whole completely different topic, and we have like half a sentence, and we keep doing this, and it's like our intellectual brain just kind of like stops because we don't have that progress that's actually happening. And we get into this other mode of actually listening. It's just a whole different mode of listening, and it feels, it's just not blocked by the intellectual mind. It's this whole different thing. And that could be very similar to this sort of like flow thing. Oh, clear line of thought. Are we watching the same video? Yes. Very, very clear line of thought, but they're very short. And they just jump to something else. They teleport to other places. It is fantastic. And I think that may be very akin to inducing the type of, I don't know exactly what it is, but it's inducing a different mode of listening to something. I think it does that very well.
Jonathan, I don't know if he'd like, I say this in love, and I have a lot of affection for Jonathan. I think Jonathan is a more radical Christian than he realizes.
Yes, I think that might be true of you too. And there's always the possibility that it's true of me.
Well, that's funny.
You and your logos, John.
That's funny because I've had some Christians say that to me recently, and I want to receive it properly, because receiving statements like that, like your receptivity matters as much as anything else.
It's not exactly a trivial compliment, John.
No, it's not. And
old Taoist friend on the border between chaos and order.
Well, yes, right, and that's
yes.
It's silly. I'm guessing that probably John is referring to Platonic in a better way, because he seems to have an understanding of Plato. He seems to be a Platonic philosopher of some sort. So if he evokes that terminology, he may be meaning it in a particular way. Though obviously there's like he said earlier, there's like 4 different words for love in Platonism. Anyway.
It's what I'm interested in is the possibility that, well,
Plato may be
perhaps,
into
maybe we could, this ties it together. Maybe
more
when people are
we
seeing,
think of.
I hope people who know me and seen any of my videos know that I'm deeply respectful to religion. So I do not mean any disrespect in what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be pretentious. But people who claim to see the Spirit of Christ in me, I hope what they are referring to, because that's what I aspire to, is somebody who is trying to realize in both senses of the word. That goes back to what we were talking about, transjectivity. It's both something that this is Nishitani's use of realize. It's both realize it in both senses of the word, something that's coming into my awareness with intelligibility and something that's being actualized in reality. I hope that I'm realizing the logos with other people.
Actualized, actualized.
Well, I think your effect on your students is evidence of that, John.
But
what do you think of your name, by the way? Just out of curiosity.
My last name?
No, your first name.
John, gift from God. I don't know.
Well, we don't have to go there.
We're in America, man. Everybody has Western names which are religious, right? My name is Zachary, or Zachariah, meaning Jehovah has come. I don't think it. It's just a name, bro. It's just a name. But I guess it's maybe not just a name. In some ways of analyzing, you can see, the deeper meaning of names and how that has some sort of karmic effect if you want to start bringing about etymology for everything. But that's so silly, Jordan. Why are we doing this?
Well,
what does it mean? Gift from God.
We could go there. My middle name is Berend, and it's Norwegian. And I've always been somewhat embarrassed about it. I'm going to say that publicly. I probably never admitted that to anyone, because it was parody.
You can see how my name deeply influences my life. Exactly, right? Everyone knows Jehovah has come.
It has burnt, because that's BERNT. That's how it's spelled, and so
burnt.
It was an object of mockery. But so I didn't look into it much. But it's Bernd, and my great grandfather, after whom I am named, built a ship and sailed it to North America.
Wow!
And he was a remarkable inventor. He invented a potato harvester and built it in his own shop, and he raised my father.
Wow.
In any case, I had a Indian carver build my third floor, which you'll have to see sometime because it's quite spectacular. And
I would like that.
Indian, I think he means First Nations or Native American, right? Because he has like a deep affinity for Native folks. Just want to make sure. I think we're tracking the same thing. He means Indian by Native American.
He built a totem of me, and I'm standing in the arms of a bear. Mm-hmm. And I didn't know that was the meaning of my name.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. That really happened. So, and people have been, describing my name to me on YouTube comments, and so that's where I got that information. So, who knows what's in a name? Jordan.
Well, who knows?
Parent Peterson.
Who knows what's in a name? Or also, you can make connections anywhere and just kind of assume that they mean something. I guess it's a good exercise. I actually like this exercise. I think it's a good exercise to just like look for meaning in every single thing and see try to make all these connections with your name and with all the thoughts that you had or whatever, and make all these weird synchronicities and all this other nonsense. I think it's a good exercise, but don't believe it. Please don't get stuck believing.
John is my favorite gospel, if that means anything.
Yeah, that makes sense. In the beginning was the word.
Yeah, the logos.
That suits you.
Wow.
I guess.
What do you make of this there was a conversation that the Spirit of Christ is manifesting itself in you? I mean, that's not something you come up and just say to someone on the street. It's like, if you take that seriously, how do you take it serious? Yeah. Well, then how do you maintain yourself?
Well, the thing is, it's not just, it's people that I talk to on video, but it's also my girlfriend.
I don't even understand.
She's sort of officially an atheist, but she knows that I don't profess to be a Christian because I have a very ambivalent history with Christianity. But she said to me, I actually think you're
like the rest of the Western world, you mean?
Well, yeah. And I noticed that was coming out in your discussion with Jonathan. And there was, I had tremendous empathy with you.
What
did his girlfriend say?
For me was from my biblical series.
Which was what?
The meaning of the word Israel.
Wrestling with God. We
who wrestle with God. Yeah. We who struggle with God.
Yeah. Oh, we have the struggle with God.
Yeah.
It's like, well, maybe that's the real Christian spirit, is to struggle. That's what that phrase implies, and that's the real Jewish spirit. God.
Yeah,
it's the wrestling, John. It's why is there that strange scene of the wrestling with the angel. Like, why would you possibly fight with God? And then you think, well, God, isn't that what I'm doing all the time?
And he
isn't that what
partially
everybody's
wins.
doing all the time?
He partially wins, though. That's what's even more mysterious.
And hurts you doing so.
Yeah, I mean, that's
the story. But isn't that the story? I mean, it isn't belief. It's the wrestling with belief. And it's wrestling in the way that you're wrestling.
Well, I mean, I do sparring, and I often use sparring as a metaphor for the kind of...
Oh, so that's the other metaphor for dialogue.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not just the tracking, it's the sparring.
Yeah, and we have to remember,
And that kind of sums up men's relationships.
Well, Plato
with each other, tracking and sparring.
Plato means big shoulders. He was a wrestler. That's his nickname. His nickname is Plato because he's a wrestler. And we have to remember that the Greeks are in the gymnasium even more than they are in the academy, right?
I was watching this Suits episode last night, and the men are always sparring with each other verbally, and they're tracking something. They're tracking victory in this series. They're philia.
You can shift off
and
that.
They wrestle when they fight. They have to go into a clinch and a fight to settle their disputes, like a physical fight.
But you can shift.
I still want to know what John's girlfriend said to him about being a Christian, I think, or atheism or something. That complete thought was just completely terminated. It's unfortunate.
Shift off of that.
I'm so curious.
Bernardo and I, when we were doing this, we
finding meaning in everything, which is fun, right? I think it's a cool activity, right? Pick up your tarot cards and try to find meaning in how it relates to your life. That's a cool activity, and you can find a lot of interesting things from it, right? Look at the stars and do your astrology and find your meaning in that, or find meaning in, like, you heard the phone ring and you were thinking about whoever it is that you think about, and then the phone was that person. It's like, wow, that's so cool, right? Like, you can get the meanings, but then to think that it's like. To think that it's something more, I don't know. I don't know how to describe this. It's one mode of thinking. I think it's an interesting mode of thinking, and it's something that is good to be developed. But you don't want it to be the only mode of thinking, and start thinking that it's necessarily true or something like that, right?
Said this, you can shift off of it, and this happens when you're actually martial arts sparring, because you get into the shared flow state. You can shift off of victory to the aesthetics of the dance.
Gives you hope.
There's a beauty in that is an that's independent of victory, that you can come to appreciate for its own sake. Plato talks about this. He talks about this, the beauty, the eros that draws you into that's why
a dance.
A dance. But it's a dance that draws you beyond yourself. Edus, education, right? To draw forth from you. And
so is that the battle with the adversary? Is that related to the
just as you wrote it, toxic masculinity, to say it as only fighting, right, instead of more like dancing. Yeah, they got it. I don't think these guys are really epitomizing toxic masculinity. I think they're pretty well not toxic, and I think they both like masculinity in whatever sense. Though, unfortunately, a lot of Jordan Peterson in particular, a lot of the way that he communicates is very good, I think, and he's got a very mature way of viewing masculinity and femininity and all these other types of dualities, I think. But from the perspective of somebody who is toxically masculine, they can very easily corrupt what he's saying to make it justify their toxic masculinity, which I don't like. But it's kind of unfortunate because Jordan Peterson does have a very good sort of mature way of viewing the world, and so is John Vervaeke here. And they're talking about fighting, but they don't mean specifically only this sort of aggressive way of interacting in the world. It's more of a dance. So it's hard to be so nuanced to not have your position be adopted or co-opted or hijacked by less mature interpretations or immature sort of toxic masculine types of things. So hopefully we can try to view this all with a sort of charitable lens, and I think they deserve it. I think they've shown themselves as being at least fairly intelligent and developed in all these other senses. Both of these guys would get brutally demolished by the dance they are lauding as so beautiful. Well, maybe. I mean, they're talking differently, right? So again, they're not talking about fighting. Well, maybe Jordan Peterson's talking about fighting, but John Vervaeke is talking about Tai Chi, right? So like doing Tai Chi sparring, he's talking about sparring with his friends, not a fight.
Another very serious question, obviously. It's a question related to the book of Job.
I don't know, because I see parallel.
Do I think they are looking for something, and are they going to get to a conclusion? The mode of interacting that they're trying to develop doesn't really have conclusions in mind, so I don't think we're going to find a conclusion. I don't think there's going to be no conclusions present. Whether they're looking for something or not, I'm not sure about that. Some different modes of interaction may include looking for something, but others may not, so I don't think so. But we're going to hopefully all collectively develop in some unique way of understanding the world and viewing the world and interacting with the world. And hopefully that works out for us.
You know, in Nietzsche's quote, you know, I hate Socrates. He's so close to me. I'm always fighting him. Right. You can see both Nietzsche and Kierkegaard wrestling with Socrates. Kierkegaard said, I follow Jesus, but Socrates is my teacher. And he wrestles with Socrates all the way through. Everybody's wrestling with Socrates.
I follow Jesus, but Socrates is my teacher. So is that the statement of the West?
I think that.
I mean, that was your objection at the beginning of this talk, right? At least to some degree, because you said how influenced you were with Greece. You insisted on how influenced you were by Greece.
I think the West is the attempt to, if I had to try and summarize the West, what an audacious thing to try and do.
See, Rock said that, because I asked him why Dionysius transformed into Christ, because we were answering simple questions too. And he said, well, Greece met Judaism.
Yeah, but Judaism also met Greece. I mean, Philo starts theology because of the interaction with Platonic philosophy. I think Christianity is trying to integrate agape and logos together. That's how I try to understand its project.
And logos.
And whether or not
please clarify.
Yeah,
please clarify that claim.
Sure. So I mean, we've talked a lot about the Greek heritage of logos, and logos is also central within,
especially in the book of John.
Yeah, especially in the book of John.
And saying that metaphorically with regard to you as well.
But also in the epistle of John is where John also said God is agape, right? And then that's the epistle of John who makes that famous statement. And the idea is there's something about the way the logos gathers things together so they belong together. That's the original etymology.
So that everything comes together. Everything
comes together. And then there's the idea in Plato of the ascent from the cave, the anagoge. You and Jonathan talked about this. The world discloses itself to me, that transforms me, and then I can see more deeply into the world, then that transforms me, and I do this reciprocal opening. And the thing is, that's very much, if you know.
And agape, do you define that? That's love.
Yeah, accelerating mutual disclosure is how it's even disclosed.
Well, it seemed to me that the relationship between truth and love is that love.
God sees the horrors of the world, and he is agape. Okay. He said, what did he say? Collectively disclosing or progressive opening or something? I can't. He's saying such weird phrases that they're kind of hard to catch. But I think he said, well, let's hear it.
Thing is, that's very much, if you know.
And agape, do you define that? That's love.
God is love.
Accelerating mutual disclosure is how it's.
Accelerated mutual disclosure. It's unfortunate that I don't like this sort of, I don't like the etymology, I don't like the Greek words, I don't like the puns and all that stuff. Unfortunately, I don't like that. I'm not a fan. The problem is that some of the times, like in Greek, right, we have different types of love. They make distinguishments between what these different words mean. So I don't like how we have love and it means so many different things to different people. And he's trying to mean it particularly in this way, accelerated mutual disclosure. That's what love means. And that's probably what agape means, I guess, if we're just using that translation. And that's obviously different from romantic love and obviously different from different types of love. And they're different. I wish we had more language for it, but I get triggered when we talk about the traditional usage of the word. So what a weird position to be in, huh?
Even disclose.
Well, it seemed to me that the relationship between truth and love is that love is the something like the goal, and truth is its servant. It seems to me to be because so this is how I've worked it out in my mind is that
sure.
Well, I think that truth is the best servant of reality. Truth is the servant of reality, and reality, I think, best manifests itself as love.
Well, one of the slogans I have in my...
That's why this power claim is so abhorrent to me. the claim that power is the central motivating factor for the Western endeavor is tantamount, I believe, to saying that it's the basic endeavor of the human species. And I think that's opposite of the truth. I think this agape is, and logos is more accurate. And so it's not just a counterclaim, it's an antithesis.
Well, I'm trying to pick up on what you're saying here.
So truth and love, okay? Truth is a servant of love. So this is the opposite of what, so Jordan Peterson is saying truth is a servant of love, while Vervaeke is saying that love is the accelerated mutual disclosure, right? So these are different, these are opposite things, right? Because love is opening up, expressing yourself, or like exposing yourself to the world, and the world exposing itself to you, such that you both or another person or everybody or whatever, you disclose what you are. You mutually disclose, and you do it faster and faster. That is the process of love, and John Vervaeke's usage of the word. But Jordan Peterson is saying that you use truth to get to reality, to get to love, right? So love isn't like a process of disclosing something to other things. It's like just reality itself. It's just what it is, and you use truth as the tool. So they have differing definitions of to which one is the tool and what is the goal that you get to. That's where there's that antithesis.
I'm trying to touch on the culture wars, obviously.
Well, that's yeah. I think for me, you're saying something very analogous to a critique that I've built in Awakening from the Meaning Crisis.
Oh, let's hear it, man.
Well,
if I can shut up.
No, it's okay.
Hey, he's self-aware. How about that?
I was going to say, one of my signatures is, it's in Latin, but it translates as love is its own way of knowing. And the kind of knowing there is like noticing, like nous, an insight,
Great.
realization.
That's the Egyptian eye.
Well, yes.
It's noticing. It's not thinking. It's attention. And maybe you're tying that with that revelation of the form. You're tying that to that revelation of the form and that conforming.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Is accelerated mutual disclosure the same as revelation? I don't think so. Maybe unless you're surprised by yourself and what you're disclosing about yourself, I guess that could be revelation. But I don't think that's exactly revelation. Though I can kind of see how they're related. So maybe there is a relation there.
It's and this is very similar to the Buddhist idea of that the what you're trying to do is shape attention and mindfulness so that you get that reciprocal opening, so that your self-knowledge and the knowledge of the world become indistinguishable, become interpenetrating. Like,
what did he just say? He's saying these phrases that are good, but I don't remember them.
That what you're trying to do is shape attention and mindfulness so that you get that reciprocal opening.
That's the one, reciprocal opening. So this is apparently a Buddhist concept.
So that your self-knowledge and then
go back to the
Awakening from the Meaning Crisis.
Oh, let's hear it, man.
Well,
if I can shut up.
No, it's okay. I was going to say, one of my signatures is, it's in Latin, but it translates as love is its own way of knowing. And the kind of knowing there is like noticing, like nous, an insight,
Great.
realization.
That's the Egyptian eye.
Well, yes.
It's noticing. It's not thinking. It's attention. And maybe you're tying that with that revelation of the form. You're tying that to that revelation of the form and that conforming.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. That's exactly it. It's and this is very similar to the Buddhist idea of that the what you're trying to do is shape attention and mindfulness so that you get that reciprocal opening, so that your self-knowledge and the knowledge of the world become indistinguishable, become interpenetrating, like what you have when you really love somebody in a committed long-term relationship. Your knowing of yourself and your knowing of them become bound up because you indwell them and you internalize them, and they indwell you and internalize you, right? And
how much death of the old you has this involved for you? I know that's a strange question.
No,
how much death of the old you has? Okay, I'm not going to comment on that comment. Okay. This feels quite conceptually incestuous. Well, yeah, and becomes masturbatory at some point because you become all of the universe. Apparently, as you open up and learn about yourself and you open up and learn about the universe, there's lots of similarities. And at some point, well, they interpenetrate and everything is mixed and confused. But you understand deeply both, and they're both the same in some way. which is fascinating.
It's a good question. It's a damn good question.
Why?
It's a good question because it brings up the idea of the fact that there's a level of knowing that deals with the process of identification itself, in both senses of the word identifying, designating something and assuming an identity. In both those senses of identification, the kind of knowing that I most care about, this participatory knowing, involves an identification. And therefore, if we're talking about the transformation at that level, we're talking about, like, that's what I mean about when I talk about knowing yourself. I don't mean representing yourself. I mean the knowing that constitutes you as a self. And that's what's undergoing the transformation when you're engaged in participatory knowing. When I really love my partner, right? I'm not just forming.
What does it mean that you love them, do you think? If you had to express that, how would you express that?
Well, I mean, it means a lot. It means that reciprocal opening I was talking about, but it means that it's like what Eckhart says. And again, I don't mean to be pretentious. Like, he says you have to make a space.
I don't think you're going to be able to help it in this conversation.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair enough. He says, you have to,
God forgive us.
The goal of Rhineland mysticism was to this kind of receptivity. You have to make a space so that the Son of God can be born within you. And again, not being irreligious, but for me to love my partner is to cultivate that kind of receptivity, a space in which she can be within me. And I don't mean in any purely romantic metaphorical sense. What I mean is she finds a purchase within me whereby she can realize herself in both senses of the word realize. And she can,
I love this. All right, it's a different type of love that I'm saying. I like this. I enjoy this. This is a very good way of describing, connecting with people or loving people or whatever, right? So you have a space within yourself for other people to be themselves and be comfortable expressing themselves and opening up and disclosing and so on and so forth. And hopefully you find someone else that you feel comfortable being around and you feel comfortable opening up towards and you feel comfortable just sort of like, exposing yourself, as it were, but like yourself fully, like every aspect of that. And then you can learn and see the other person as they are. And you both have places in your hearts for each other. And you both feel comfortable just being open. I like it.
Activity, a space in which she can be within me. And I don't mean in any purely romantic metaphorical sense. What I mean is she finds a purchase within me whereby she can realize herself in both senses of the word realize. And she can come to trust that space, that place of realization will always be available for her. And she can come to rely on it, a place through which she can transcend herself when she needs to. I mean, and being committed to that and finding that inseparably bound up with my own project of trying to realize who I am. That's for me the core of what it is to love somebody.
Wow. I like that. In both senses of realization. To realize something is to understand, to realize, but to realize something is also to create, to realize, to actualize something. So he wants his partner or anybody who he's loving to realize themselves, to like understand themselves, but then also to actually form and actualize themselves and create themselves in his presence or in the space of his heart, wherever that is in the world. Both senses of realization.
That's great. I wish you luck with it.
Yeah.
Well, that's all we can ever wish anybody.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you're
the grace of God.
Or that there is a life to this relationship that will eventually grow strong enough that we can come to trust in it as much as we trust in each other. And that's what I believe is happening for me. And I think there's kind of three loves involved, and they're all bound up together. There's, Socratic self-love, not narcissistic self-love. There's the love of the other, and then there's the love of the relationship. But that's for me is like a trinity. Talking about if those are separate is the mistake. You have to talk about it analytically as if they're separate, but they interpenetrate and interafford each other in a profound way. They become in an important sense indistinguishable from each other.
I've been trying to develop a counterposition to the claim that our society is predicated on the expression of power, and that our social relations are structured as a consequence of the expression of power, and therefore, by inference, our prime motivation is power, none of which I believe to be true. I think all of that's an aberration in the deepest sense. And I think that what we're talking about is the true path, let's say, to the degree that any of us are capable of realizing that. And I certainly don't claim to be. I struggle with it.
Express and realize.
To an immense degree. But I do believe that it's the proper counterposition. And then so what do you think about that? I mean, is the culture war we're in that deep? I mean, is the counterclaim genuinely the adversarial position? I mean, what else would it be if it's not saying, it's basically saying that the claim is something like the driving force of Western culture, but I don't know how you distinguish that from the driving force of human culture exactly. I don't think most of the people who make that claim would say that there's something, it's hard for them to say that there's something radically different about Western culture and the world spirit, let's say, without only attributing all that is negative to Western culture. And that's, I think, very difficult to do. So if the mainstream of Western culture is the mainstream of human culture, or akin to it, so akin to that shamanic tradition, for example, then the claim is that mainstream is the desire for power. And that's the opposite of what we're saying, genuinely the opposite. It's the antithesis to that, because that isn't Philo Nicaea the antithesis to?
Yeah, I think it is. Well, I mean, that's part of it.
Is it genuinely the antithesis? I mean, so is this a claim of satanic possession of the West? I mean, is the culture war that deep? Well, I don't know. I mean, the claim is that it's about fundamentals, right? It's a
satanic possession of the West. My goodness. Viewing the world in terms of power dynamics is a satanic possession. Oh.
Fundamental critique of Western society. It means fundamental. That's why Derrida went after phallogocentrism.
Yeah, and I think, and there's in Foucault it does similar things. But the thing you have to remember is, toward the ends of Derrida's career, right? He's reaching into Neoplatonic mysticism. Negative theology is something he starts to take an interest in. And Foucault, technologies of the self, and he gets very deeply interested in the work of Pierre Hadot, right? And what is ancient philosophy and the wisdom tradition and Philia Sophia. And he starts to turn towards it and starts to recognize it as something.
I know nothing of that.
Yeah, well, that's what. So, I mean.
Well, that's very interesting. And then he dies.
Yeah, Foucault also.
Derrida. We were speaking of Derrida.
I was speaking of both. I said, you see, yes, Foucault getting very interested in negative theology, Neoplatonic mysticism. And then you see Foucault getting very interested in, Stoicism and Pierre Hadot's work on the whole Socratic tradition.
And so what do you make? Okay, so is it reasonable for me to assume that Derrida and Foucault's thinking is at the bottom of this counterclaim that I'm discussing, which culminates in the assumption that power and is at the core of the Western endeavor, like the exercise of arbitrary power? Is that the center of the culture war, that claim?
I think that's symptomatic of something that's been going on much more deeply and much longer.
It seems like Jordan is constantly using Christian framing to pander to his audience. You think so? I don't think so. I think it's unfortunate that a lot of his audience is interpreting him to be a normal type of Christian, but he's just like a different type of Christian with his sort of new type of, it's not that new, but it's a more of a theological framing of Christianity, which is a very different type of Christianity than the sort of natural Christians that you might meet on the street. And I think he's like genuinely just a Christian, and he views the world in terms of these words and Christian terms. But it just doesn't mean the same thing that a normal Christian would mean. It's not like the way that an atheist, a natural, like atheist type person would interpret Christianity as like, there's a person in the sky, there's like a separate conscious being that is in some different realm, which is called heaven, or a different realm called hell that has like dominion over us. It's not quite that at all, but it's something very radically different, very, very different. So I don't think he's deliberately trying to pander to anybody. I think he just believes in Christianity, but in a different sense of it. Just happen to be using the same type of labels. surely a lot of people who would be listening to him like the fact that he's using these labels and they think that he's a Christian. But if you listen to what he says, a lot of what he says, he's definitely not a Christian in the normal sense. He's certainly what most people would consider an atheist. And he's got a very different type of more strictly academic, theological type of way of viewing Christianity, which is not common in natural way of looking at the world. He's always framing the discussion around it, yeah? You don't think he always sees in that framing, he just tries to employ it. You think so? Oh man, I think he maybe just sees it that way all the time. But, I can see both. I could definitely see both where he's trying to shoehorn it just to like pander and make people hear those words, but I think he just sees it in that way. And it's a common thing that may happen, like if he's talking about the different ways of viewing the world and seeing everybody as being power hungry and only viewing the world in power dynamics. If we talk to a bunch of people who are leftists on the internet, or talk to a lot of people who are socialists and so on and so forth, I guess that means leftists just as much. They kind of see the world in terms of power dynamics, and they will probably shoehorn everything back into trying to interpret it in terms of power dynamics, because that's just how they see the world. So they always want to translate it back to the way that they see the world. And that's just how they see it. Safe ground of understanding for him. I think he just sees it in those terms, and he's trying to translate everything back into Christianity so that he can more clearly understand it himself. And some of his audience likes it a lot, some don't. And it kind of does pander. It does like bolster almost the position of normal Christians if they don't look too deeply into all of his rhetoric and all of his positions and know that he doesn't mean exactly what they think he means. Anyway, I wouldn't feel comfortable putting intentions onto it, but I think he does just believe it.
Fair enough. I don't know if that answers my question, but because I'm looking for a corrective.
Has any question been answered fully? He's looking for
or perhaps for agreement, but
corrective answer. Okay, agreement. All right. What sort of correct answer could you get there? Is this sort of way of looking at the world in terms of power dynamics the wrong way? Is it the antithesis to Western culture? Is it bad in all senses of the word? Well,
that's completely up to you, because if it's a corrective then that I need, so be it. I mean, have I taken this in the wrong direction, or am I seeing it clearly?
What's one way to see the world?
I want to say something other than those. I want to say that our relationship to power as a criterion of realness should be properly acknowledged rather than be made an absolute or be set up as an antithesis.
He's saying what I'm saying. He's saying the same thing, right? It's a fine criteria for realness. You can define real as having more power or whatever. You can just use your power dynamics. That's fine, but it doesn't mean it's actually the way to view the world. It doesn't have to be antithetical to your way of viewing the world. One lens doesn't need to contradict another lens. They don't need to fight each other. They're all valid ways of viewing the world, and it's good. It's good to develop in these different ways. It's good to develop your understanding and viewing the world purely racial lens is another thing that leftists like to do, or left-leaning people like to do these days. Look at the world purely racially. Do it. It's very good, and you'll start seeing things very differently. You're like, oh my God, everything's racist. This is so weird. Why is that? Well, who'da thunk? If you think about the world in terms of race, you only see racism everywhere. Obviously, that's going to happen, right? And it's a good thing to do, because you want to develop that way of thinking and see the world in that different way. But then you want to go back and see the world in this sort of Christian framing, if you want to see the world in terms of Christianity and what is wholesome and what is sinful, or godly and sinful, rather. And that's interesting, too. And you want to see the world and you're, oh my God, everything's sinful. Well, this is crazy. And you want to go back and view the world in the Buddhist way. What's wholesome, what's not wholesome. Oh my God, everything's unwholesome. That's fascinating, too. And then you want to look at this other way of viewing the world and look in terms of, all the different ways. Look at the world in all these different ways. And then you can sort of choose which one you like to do. You can sort of naturally be in whatever lens. But importantly, hopefully, this is what I would like to say, importantly, you discover that there is no objectively true lens. There's no best lens. Maybe best for a particular situation. Okay, maybe. But there's not always choose this lens. There's not always choose this lens. Non-duality, a different lens, or the depth of the lens. It depends on what perspective you want to put onto it. For some people, non-duality is a lens. Obviously, if you're in the non-duality circles, you're going to consider it not to be a lens. Whatever. It's not, the distinction doesn't really make a difference. It doesn't really matter at all. But you want to be able to go through all of these different lenses, and you can determine that, well, actually, there's no best lens, and I don't need to step on other people's lenses. Now you can just stop just demonizing a different way of viewing the world. You can understand it, and you can develop it and see the benefits, I guess, if you like benefits sometimes, in the different ways of seeing the world. And you can see how new problems arise in different ways of viewing the world, and better solutions arise in different ways of viewing the world, and so on and so forth. And you can see that. And you want to develop this flexibility. I like to encourage this flexibility in different ways of viewing the world, rather than being stuck in one particular way and always thinking that that's the best way. You want that flexibility. So it's good to view the world in terms of only power dynamics. It's good to view the world in terms of sin and godly. It's good to view the world in all these different ways. Just the flexibility, very practical. Yeah. I guess I remember a lecture he gave before his fame, where he said that everyone would go along with the Nazis if it meant one's survival. Yeah, it showed me his own thinking that's projected to others is the very thing he himself does. It appears that he's doing it with the framing of this discussion. Yeah, well, it's hard to escape when you have a particular way of viewing the world and you think it's necessarily true. Right? You start necessarily thinking that everybody's going to be a Nazi. And obviously, I think, again, it's a good way of viewing the world. It's a good way of viewing the world. Everybody is only into it for their survival. Everyone's going to conform to whatever the dominant culture is. Or if you think that everyone is everyone is doing something for their own personal gain. Like everyone is like an egoist. These are fine ways of viewing the world. I think they're very good ways of viewing the world. But you don't want to be stuck there. The issue is being stuck in one particular way of viewing the world. I think that's how I would say it.
I think what's coming out, I would argue, out of 4E cognitive science is the growing claim that we don't have a single way of knowing the world. We have a propositional way that, as it says, that is carried in proposition and results in beliefs. We have, which is knowing that, but we have also procedural knowing. We know how to do things, and it doesn't result in beliefs, it results in skills. We have perspectival knowing, which is neither about belief or skills. It's about states of consciousness and how they create situational awareness for us. And then we have this participatory knowing that we've been talking about throughout, where I know not at the level of my beliefs or my skills or even my states of consciousness, but I know in terms of my traits of my character and how I've been shaped in order to fit the world in a way that seems to fundamentally matter to me. And I think each one of these has a different sense of realness attached to it. I think
that's beautiful. Okay, so we got at least 3 categories of engaging with the world and knowing, as you put it. I didn't catch it. Well, I've heard this sort of thing before because I listened to John Vervaeke a bit, so I know kind of what they are vaguely. But I do want to I want to rehear that so we can get it more kind of locked into our brain. But brains. We have at least three different ways of viewing the world or engaging with the world. 3 categories, as it were: participatory, I don't remember the one, perspectival, and then there's another one. So let's just run back and hear that again.
As it says, that it's carried in proposition and results in beliefs. We have
propositional knowing,
which is knowing.
So we'll just go back a more.
As a criterion of realness should be properly acknowledged rather than be made an absolute or be set up as an antithesis. I think what's coming out, I would argue, out of 4E cognitive science is the growing claim that we don't have a single way of knowing the world. Okay. We have a propositional way that, as it says, that is carried in proposition and results in beliefs. We have, which is knowing that, but we have also procedural knowing. We know how to do things, and it doesn't result in beliefs, it results in skills. We have perspectival knowing, which is neither about belief or skills. It's about states of consciousness and how they create situational awareness for us.
4 ways.
And then we have this participatory knowing that we've been talking about throughout, where I know not at the level of my beliefs or my skills or even my states of consciousness, but I know in terms of my traits of my character and how I've been shaped in order to fit the world in a way that seems to fundamentally matter to me. And I think each one of these has a different sense of realness attached to it. I think propositional has truth. I think procedural, our skills give us a sense of realness when they empower us. Truth. Our perspectival knowing, what's the sense of realness there? Well, we're getting a good sense of this from virtual reality work. It's a sense of presence, sense of presence. And then what's the sense of realness for participatory knowing, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about this, like people try to capture it with these words of faith and connection and belonging and fittedness and at one-ment. And I think instead, I think what's happening is our culture is realizing that we have tried to reduce all the knowing, a la Descartes, to purely propositional knowing. And then we're slowly realizing the inadequacy of that. I think the fact that we are trapped in ideological battle means we think we can capture all of the meaning-making machinery at the propositional level.
We think that we can think it all through. No. There's so much more. We don't need to be stuck with propositions. Not everything is some sort of linear, logical, mode of interacting in the world. That's not the only thing that we have. We've got apparently 3 other ones. We've propositional knowing, we've got procedural knowing, perspectival knowing, and participatory knowing. We have 4 radically different ways, and unfortunately we try to shoehorn everything back into logic. Explain to me, why is that? Why is it? We're trying to go back to logic, are we now? Are we? We have 4 different modes of knowing. This is interesting. So I like this. At least good to know that we have at least these 4 categories in different ways of understanding the world, and they don't need to compete.
But what 4E cognitive science is saying is, no, you talked about tracking. The skill of tracking affords our conceptual abilities, but also states of consciousness afford us being in relationship to the world. You can have totally ineffable states that nevertheless seem the most real to you. And also these transformations of ourself also carry with them a sense of realness. And I think what's happened is the West is realizing, but in a negative way, that the propositional reduction is inadequate, insufficient, and it's groping for the closest thing at hand. And the closest thing at hand is what technology makes salient to it, which is power and control. This is Heidegger's critique. But I think we have to go deeper. We have to say, no, there's a place for that. But your skills ultimately depend on your situational awareness. And your situational awareness, the states of consciousness you get access to, ultimately depend on your character. We have to bring back that whole rich philosophical anthropology.
Why do they ultimately depend on your care? Well, that's a lot to swallow in 10 statements.
Yeah, that was a lot of stuff that he said there. I didn't catch all of it, but man, I like the categorization there. Why do they also repeat? Do you think that was intentional? Is he trying to make puns or some sort of word game going on here? Potentially, okay, potentially. Maybe it could be more descriptive with other words, but it kind of, it makes it easier. It's like a mnemonic, right? It makes it easier for us to remember because they all start with P. So maybe it's easier. It makes it easier to remember, yeah. So that's helpful, I guess, in some ways, but it's also a little strange some other ways. So a lot of this knowing apparently depends on our character. Let's see how we can make that bridge that gap.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to scuttle back to my power claim momentarily and then try to wrap my head around what you said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
sorry, I didn't mean to dump so much.
No. Well,
stuff,
not at all. I mean, it might have been the proper answer. The proper answer is often that the question isn't sophisticated enough, but it sort of throws.
True, man. I like Jordan Peterson a lot, man. That's oftentimes the answer is like, wow, your perspective is just like immature. You just don't understand what you think you understand. You got to have a more broad perspective or a different perspective, and when you attack it from a more mature stance, all the things that you thought were issues kind of just dissolve. You're just viewing it the wrong way completely.
The questioner, because he's operating from within the space where that's the germane issue, right? So my claim was that the culture war right now is being fought over the claim that the fundamental animating tendency of Western civilization is the desire to exercise and the exercising of arbitrary power. And I believe that to be fundamentally wrong.
Yes.
And so I phrased it as an adversarial hypothesis, as a satanic hypothesis, essentially from a symbolic perspective, that the accusation is that the West is possessed by this satanic demand for power, and that's its characteristic spirit. And I don't believe that. I believe that its characteristic spirit is philia sophia, fundamentally, and that is a contamination which occurs repeatedly, which would be philia Nicaea. I think if we're using your language properly, or perhaps we're slandering philia Nicaea, I mean, because I think part of the claim that you're making is that there's a positive aspect to philia Nicaea that's being damned as the mere arbitrary expression of power. Well, I do think that's something like series like Suits are getting at, right? Because you have these characters in that drama who are motivated primarily by Philia, so Philia and Nikeia, but you see Philia, Sophia emerge between them, and that's what makes them tolerable as characters. But both those things seem to be interrelated. One leads to the other. And that seems to be related to your wrestling argument in some sense, and maybe to mine.
Yes. And
so, okay, so you think that so is your claim, let me get this right, at least in part, that,
please,
first of all, I want to know what you think of my claim about this central argument. What you're doing is saying that's a sideshow on a much deeper, that's a sideshow of a much deeper problem. I mean, that's quite the bloody claim, John. It's not easy for me to process, but
no, that's fair.
And yeah, well, so I'm having some trouble with that. But do you think that invalidates my claim, or does it just render it irrelevant?
No, it doesn't render it irrelevant.
Given this discussion. Okay, so is it okay if we deal with that and then move on? Sure.
I mean, I guess what.
Okay, am I misreading early Derrida and Foucault by attributing to them the claim that it is power that they identify as the central spirit? And am I wrong in saying that that's just a modified Marxist claim? It's a transformation of the idea of the class struggle into the domain of the sheer struggle for power?
I think you could make a claim that Foucault sees the deep interpenetration, the earlier Foucault, maybe even the middle Foucault, sees a deep interpenetration between power and knowledge. For Derrida, I do not think the différance really is a good translation, is well translated by the term power. Différance is much closer to, what I would call relevance realization, the idea that that the relevance of our claim can't be bound. I mean, somebody within classical cognitive science, computational science, Jerry Fodor makes a similar argument that the relevance of a proposition can't be captured within the syntax or semantics of the proposition. I mean, that's the main thing that Derrida is on about. So
that's a consequence of what we're bringing to the table. Because the relevance is the interpenetration of the semantic and the syntactic with the
also
unique.
The pragmatics that goes beyond it, because I mean, this is the central claim of pragmatics, that I always have to convey way more than I can say, because I have to rely on you, picking out all the possible implications, the ones that are relevant out of all the possible.
Right, which means I have to know you. Which means I have to embody whatever it is that I'm speaking to you.
Now you're back to my claim that the character traits are at the bottom of this.
Okay.
Right? If you
go ahead, man.
Right? If we can't actually conform at the level of our character, we can't.
Right, so that's trust.
Yeah.
And so when you trust what's honest.
Yeah.
You trust what's honest. So you trust the logos.
Right. And
because that's honesty driven by love.
Right, but I don't think.
And so if I trust you, that's what I trust. So my sense of that, I want to go back to something. Yeah. I asked you to define love, and I'm going to define it on my terms now. Please. And that is the best in me serving the best in you. And I think that's the deepest pleasure. That's the deepest and most lasting pleasure. And it is the most fundamental motivation. It's the inexhaustible source. Because if I can do that, whenever I do that, I feel that I'm being properly. And there's nothing better than that.
And you can extend that to the world, to situations, places.
Well, I think that's what you're supposed to do by accepting the proposition that God is love. I mean,
what is the best in me and what is the best in you? Well, then you start saying spiritual terms like God and the Holy Spirit or whatever. That's the best in you and best in me, apparently. The true Buddha nature with all of us. You get weird about it. I think that's where he may be. I think that would be the direction that Jordan goes within it, if you wanted to define it more than just saying the best in you and the best in me.
It's God is love and God is logos. Those are both there. So then the question to some degree is the rank order of the two. And I would say God is truth within love. And that's the animating spirit of mankind.
Truth within
and that's a way different claim than the one the atheists are going after, by the way.
Yeah.
Think about it, everyone. Is truth in the service of love not the best animating spirit of mankind?
Truth in service of love, the best animating spirit of mankind. I mean, it sounds pretty dope to me. I don't know if it's the best one, but I like it. Think about that, atheists. Well, I think he has a point, because the atheists are usually attacking. I don't think the Unfortunately, a lot of the atheists have been doing very good at attacking normal sort of theology or normal theistic ways of viewing the world. But then Jordan Peterson comes and he has a very different way of viewing the world, which is also theistic or somehow related to theology in some ways, but it's not quite. The atheists didn't update. They kept attacking in the same way, and they didn't update for a more mature type of position. Anyway,
It isn't pursuing an aberration? We can all ask ourselves that question.
I think that's a good question to ask. I think,
Thank you, John.
No, what I mean is I think it
he wants to be humble, but
I think it reorients us to the
We can
fact.
put that on a T-shirt. Is truth in the service of love? A good question.
I guess I see them as more. I see them as more interpenetrating. I want to make a stronger relationship between them than just a relationship of service. I mean, this is
How about her, man?
yeah, that this is why I like the term realization, that love is a way of affording realization. And the deepest knowing we have of reality is in realization. That's what if I had to put it into a word.
So it seems to me, so I'll make an appendage to my claim.
Before we jump onto that, your appendage here, the deepest knowing of reality is the knowing of realization. So you create reality, you actualize reality, and of course you actualize yourself, and reality actualizes you, and you notice it, you realize it in the same way that reality realizes you.
Right.
The reality that is most justifiable is brought about by the action of truth in the service of love.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is I see truth. I think you're using it, and I've heard you use true as something beyond a correspondence between the semantic content of a proposition and reality. I've heard you talk about...
Yes.
Oh, very good. Yeah, we're getting into how Jordan uses these words very strangely. Oh, that's very good. I like this because we're getting into now the definition of truth and how he's using that word. And there are lots of other words that we can parse out and try to figure out what he means by it. But trying to figure out what he means by love gets us down into trying to figure out what he means by truth. And it may give us into understanding what it means, what we mean by knowledge and what we mean by God and what we mean by all these words kind of hopefully can be parsed out a little bit. Definitely probably not a lot, but a little bit.
Right. And we even use that when we use the phrase
Yes,
true
it seems
love.
to incorporate some of those other dimensions that you've been talking about. Okay, well, great, man. So fill me in.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to get at that power is a way of, when your shot is true, your skill has been effective, and you're going to hit the mark. Right, but presence is also a way in which things are true to form.
Much appreciated you hanging out with us. I appreciate it a lot. Have a good one, man. Or gal.
Right, and
have a good one.
Then the participatory knowing is when we're like the deepest sense of true, which is related to trust and being betrothed to the world in an important way. So if you will allow me to expand what you mean by true to cover all of those dimensions.
Betrothed to the world in that you extend the same courtesy to the world that you described extending to your partner.
Exactly. I think the answer to nihilism isn't some propositional answer. This is what I get from Nishitani.
Yeah, right.
It's to relearn, and I mean this deeply, like in the Buddhist sense of sati, to remember what it is to fall in love with reality, to fall in love with being. And if that's what you're saying is the
animating thing. Do you think that's what Sam Harris is striving for in his spirituality?
Remember.
Well, and it's not a throwaway answer. It's like, what's he up to exactly? I mean, isn't he on a Sophia, finally a Sophia adventure?
I think
I'd love to see John Vervaeke talk with Sam Harris. That'd be fun too.
Everybody is, how can I put this? Everybody lives from the non-propositional kinds of knowing emphasized by Plato. And that's what all of the scholastic research is pointing to now, that Socrates was trying to point people to the non-propositional knowing, the procedural, the perspectival, the participatory. I think we all have to live from that, given a lot of things I've said and a lot of things we've said.
Well, maybe you could expound on those a bit more for us and clarify a bit more. And so you said the answer to nihilism, that isn't exactly a comment on my comment that the culture war is about a claim that the drive to power is at the core of Western being.
I think that's an equally nihilistic.
It's fascinating how This is the one topic that we're like actually trying to stay on track. And Jordan Peterson really wanted us to stay on track with this sort of Western culture as devolving into power structures or power dynamics, only viewing the world in terms of power. Apparently that's nihilistic. What? Tell me more.
Claim. That's
nihilistic.
Answer to nihilism. That isn't exactly a comment on my comment that the culture war is about the claim that the drive to power is at the core of Western being.
I think that's an equally nihilistic claim. That's my point. The claim.
The claim is nihilistic, or my claim about that is nihilistic, or both?
That power is a fundamental reality is an attempt to assuage the wounding of nihilism, but it is fundamentally mistaken in its endeavor. It is constituted the wrong way. It's like framing a problem the wrong way, so that you do not get the insight needed to get to the solution of the problem. So I think of it as a fundamental misframing. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay,
that's why I'm hesitant to say either yes or no to it, because
I get it.
Yeah.
Well, I believe that it is misframed, because I don't think it would be taking us in such a pathological direction. The whole argument,
exactly,
if it wasn't misframed.
And so part of what I'm trying to, and for me, this dovetails with the increasing crescendo within 4E cognitive science about embodiment and embedded and extended and enacted cognition.
Embodiment, embedded, extended. I just said the word mistaken. I didn't make any comments about it. Trying to capture what he's saying here. We've got these 4 different modes of knowing: perspective, participatory, procedural, and importantly, we have propositional knowing. And apparently, everyone's trying to get everything back into propositional knowing. This is sort of the Western project, getting everything into propositional knowing. And we find out that we can't do that. We can't just shoehorn everything back into propositional knowing. But we don't really understand these other forms of knowing, the perspectival and the procedural and the other ones. We don't know the other ones. So we're grasping at straws, trying to find a new type of knowing. And this new type of knowing is this sort of power dynamics viewing of the world, power dynamics perspective of the world. But it's because we don't have any answers in this propositional type of knowing, and we don't understand the other 4 types of knowing that we need to jump into. So we fall into nihilism because there's no answers propositionally. But to not fall into nihilism, we go into power perspectives. It's an interesting way of thinking about it.
You see this as a subset argument of one of those elements.
Yes.
But I mean, that's a huge. But like I said, I'm really having a hard time. I know what you mean, and I suppose what you're trying to do with everything you do is to expound upon this. But I certainly want you to expound upon this. Let's go into those 3 modes of alternate cognition a little bit more deeply.
Okay, so the first distinction, of course, was classically made by Ryle. And we even carry it in psychology when we make distinctions of our own procedural memory and things like that, which this is the distinction between propositional, knowing that something is the case, in which what you're trying to do is basically assert, the truth of the semantic content of a proposition. Right,
and that's akin to the proposition that to believe in God is to accept a set of propositions about the nature of God. Yes, and that's what always strikes. That's why I'd never answer that question.
Yeah.
I like this. I like this a lot. What does it mean to believe in God? Jordan Peterson obviously doesn't believe propositionally, and this is where I would say he's an atheist, right? But then he changes it over to thinking that since he has procedures that are similar to what is described in godly type activities or religious type activities, he says that is a representation of his belief, right? To believe is to act as if, or whatever, something of that nature. That's how he interprets it necessarily. And he thinks that anybody who acts in some sort of vaguely moral sense or following anything that would be acceptable in the Judeo-Christian worldview, then that means that they necessarily are Christian because they're acting in a way that is in line with the Christian views. Interesting. But they don't have any they don't need to have any propositional belief. And Jordan Peterson doesn't have any propositional belief. He doesn't believe in God in the way that most people think of the word believe. I like that. I'm glad that we got to disambiguate that a little bit. Good to clarify.
Because I think that's the wrong framing of the question, so I can't answer it.
Exactly.
Okay, well, man, you're helping me out here.
That's very good.
Because you're differentiating. You're helping me differentiate my sense of the non-propositional space. And I mean, I know some of this because I know that the knowing what and knowing how circuitry is separate.
Yep.
I've known that since I wrote Maps of Meaning. And I know the insight circuitry is separate. And that's what I've been getting at also with regards to this idea of revelation and then critical thinking, which we started all this with and never got back to, even though it's just...
morality preceded God. Yeah, well, especially the Christian God, right? Like all the different types of intuition and things have preceded God. But it's just the way he likes to view it. Kind of whack to me. It's kind of weird, but I like it. It's fine enough. It's fine enough. You get it.
Just a trivial issue.
We're following the logos. We're following the logos in love.
God, I hope so.
Yeah.
God, I hope so, John, because it's certainly the only justification for my existence. Red Skull and all.
I think there are many reasons that justify your existence, my friend.
Yeah, well.
I think that's an inadequate self-appraisal. But
thank you, John. That's vastly appreciated.
That was so cute. Oh.
I think you would admit, and I think, there's been a growing consensus from the failure of computational cognition or even behaviorist we can't reduce consciousness.
Why failure, John?
Because what we've noticed is that consciousness doesn't seem to be something that's explicatable in terms of the logical relations between propositions.
It's not propositional.
Right,
Very
exactly.
good. Very good. So you think we've actually found that out, eh? And that's the failure. Does that mean the failure of AI as it's presently constituted?
It depends because what's happening in AI is the AI is moving off a sort of
propositions.
The idea that cognition is computation and that the mind is a formal system is being replaced with the idea that the mind is an embodied autopoietic dynamical system and that thinking isn't in the head. It's the way the embodied brain is dynamically coupled to the world in an ongoing evolution of your sensory motor, right?
You mean hence the justification for freedom of speech, you might say.
Well, and also the
freedom of action.
Freedom of action, and also, a freedom for people to explore different ways in which they inhabit their body. I think that's also an important thing.
Exploration.
So I did want to get back though. So if there's a growing plausibility, so much so that, for example, Bernardo Castro, and I take him seriously. I don't agree with him, but Bernardo is a sharp guy. He proposes a kind of absolute idealism.
Who is that? I don't know him.
Bernardo Castro. So Bernardo is so convinced, and he's a very sharp guy, that the arguments of trying to reduce consciousness computationally, et cetera, have failed, that he is willing to advocate for, and I don't agree with him on this, but he makes a plausible case that reality, absolute idealism, that consciousness is the ultimate reality. And whether or not that's the case, I'm making a weaker claim on the basis of that. I'm taking that as evidence that there is a growing consensus that the attempt to explain consciousness computationally, or even just in terms of sort of behaviorist set of skills or something like that, I think that's failed. So to go back to the four kinds of knowing, you've already acknowledged the propositional.
Yeah, sorry, I want to interject one more thing here that's relevant to what you just said, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
Well, I think the atheist critique of religion is a critique at a propositional level.
Yes. I've made this similar point, Jordan. I've made the point that they're not paying attention to. I mean, when Nietzsche runs into the marketplace, he is talking to the atheists when he says, "You don't know what you've done when you've killed God." Right. And so to think that religion is primarily about asserting propositions for which there is no evidence is to miss all of the non-proposition. So I make a distinction, and it lines up with this. I think that religion is not primarily about knowledge. I think it's primarily about wisdom, because wisdom is about that fundamental.
It's about embodying it.
Pardon me?
It's about embodying it. It's about establishing a relationship with it. It's about worshiping it.
Even among the people with overly intellectual language, John is high. He's there, man. He's there. But the way he does it somehow manages to come across nicely and authentically. I really like John Vervaeke. I think he does a good job of speaking and not reducing, right? And this is just because he has this sort of distinctions of all the different ways of knowing. He's specifically not trying to make only propositional claims. And when he speaks, this is why he likes the dialogical sort of things as opposed to a sort of just presentation, because he doesn't want to be stuck in the propositional mode of thinking or interacting, and he doesn't want to only have you, the audience, interact in this sort of propositional mode of thinking. So he's using intellectual language very well. He's very developed in that sort of sense. But since we're having this sort of dialogue, he's being very playful. They're playing off of each other and going down weird tracks and all that stuff. We're getting into different modes of engaging with the conversation, which is much more than just the sort of limited propositional mode of interacting. Whereas most people who are very intellectual may be kind of cutting off all the other modes of interacting in the world, and they're trying to prop up the propositional type of interaction as the most important, as the best way. But that's not the case. It's not that. That's not the only way. And even though we have to use it for language sometimes, we don't want to be stuck there. I think that John does a very good job of espousing all the different types of modes of interacting without being stuck at the intellectual one. It'd be nice to see where John can actually fully lay out his ideas. Well, I don't know if he actually fully lays it out, but he's got a YouTube channel. He's got a couple good series on YouTube. I've not seen any of his series on YouTube. I've seen a lot of his dialogues, but I've never seen he's got an Awakening from the Meaning Crisis that is quite popular, I think, amongst internet folks. So check out his YouTube channel. It's pretty good.
It's about taking it into your identity.
That's the worship, I think. Jonathan described worship as celebration. So it's a celebration and reverence. Well, reverence for sure. But the celebration part is interesting because what you celebrate is what you hold in highest esteem. And to hold something in highest esteem is to pursue it in the hopes of embodying it. And that's worship. We've lost. Maybe this is to your point about worship. We've lost the depth of celebration. We have reduced. Yeah, you see it in black gospel music, don't you? And then it runs into rock and roll from there. And then you get stadiums full of people experiencing it without noticing what they're doing. Well, I mean, I felt that spirit when I went to a Leonard Cohen show when he stood up and everyone clapped, and he sings Hallelujah, or is it The Apocalypse? I think that's the song. He's got a couple. Him and Johnny Cash in his later years have got a couple of songs that put you in that space right away. And I agree. I think that is a version of celebration, but the problem with that is it's been too located in its ontological locus is entertainment. Yes, you're right. Exactly, John. Entertainment. It's like, no, it's enthusiasm. Yes, and theos, to be possessed by the God. And that's what I was trying to get at, right? In some, we don't even notice when it happens. That's what a stadium is too, when you cheer when someone puts the soccer goal through the net. Of course it is. And hey, look at that man's aim. Yeah. Couldn't we all aim like that? And wouldn't that be wonderful? Yes, and we'll do the wave to that. And don't we notice that we're worshiping God? No, because we killed our religion by presuming it was a set of axiomatic set of presuppositions and listening to the 19th century rationalist atheists. Well, what we Wow. Okay, I kind of agree. I kind of disagree. Right? I don't know if it's necessarily all thinking about God, but man, the folks, I don't know if they're rationalist atheists. No, they are probably, right. All the folks who are doing this sort of, during the Enlightenment and having these Enlightenment values and thinking that everything must be grounded back into logic or rationality, and you find nothing grounds back into logic or rationality. Everything that people thought was important doesn't go back into rationality, and suddenly you can't justify your God. Suddenly, morality isn't real, and so on and so forth, and things fall apart. But then we still have our outlets, apparently, within sports and other things to express our love for God. Or whatever. Done. Yes. Is we have confused modernity's understanding of religion with the phenomena. Modernity. So again, modernity is what I was referring to there, the Enlightenment values, trying to put everything back into reason, trying to shoehorn everything back into reason. When I mean reason here, propositional knowing, and trying to justify everything by propositional knowing. And then obviously things disappear and nothing exists anymore. Here we go. That's our propositional knowing. Which is, I think, a fundamental mistake. No, with our blind critique of the phenomenon, because first of all, we have to make the phenomenon trivial and then critique it without noticing things like the spirit in black gospel music.
I think
and taking
that's well
that
said.
seriously.
Yeah.
I think the black people understand the spirit in their music, right? There's a whole thing about soul. Anyway,
like your
yes.
reformulation. I think that's better said.
Thank
like
you.
So to go back, if consciousness and this kind, so there's a knowing that is right dependent on your state of consciousness. There's a knowing through consciousness, and that's what I call perspectival knowing. For what consciousness does is it foregrounds some things, backgrounds others, makes some things salient. So it's doing, if you'll allow me a term I've coined, it's doing salience landscaping for you.
Salience
and what that
landscaping.
does
is that drawing things to your attention?
Yes, drawing things.
But your attention always also does that. So is that part of that? Because you kind of choose where your attention goes.
You choose it,
but sort of, right? Or you follow
participate
it.
in it. You participate in attention. That's what I was saying. You don't just attend and you don't just receive. You participate. There's both, and they use these metaphors without, I think, fully unpacking them. There's the top down and bottom up.
Do you think
aspects.
is that participatory attention akin to the dance between revelation and criticism? So is it revelation and dialogical evaluation that constitutes the participatory element of attention?
Yeah. Well, I think what it's doing is I'll speak more the theological language. It's realizing. So there's attention, right, is doing something like prioritization, relevance realization, right, in the dialogue between imagination, where we stop thinking of imagination as just images, useless images in our head. I want to use it the way Corbin uses it, imaginal. And this is what's coming out in Friston's predictive processing. Imagination it permeates your perception. It's permeating your. It's right to say that I'm as much.
That's why Jung said we live to dream.
Well, but the thing, and there's something true about that. But I want to caveat it, because people will say it's all an hallucination. No. It's not.
No, it's not.
Most of the predictions.
But that's weird. Yeah.
Most of the predictions
are
true.
Accurate.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
So it can't be just a dream.
Exactly. So you've got imagination, if you'll allow me the spatial language, coming down and out. And
that's right. And it covers what's out there. And we see the imagination, but it pertains to the reality.
Yes, there has to be remember we talked about.
So what we're doing is continually adjusting the imagination to the reality.
That's the dialogos. And the prioritization is the way of adjusting.
So we see the map, we don't see the territory, but we also see is that right? We see the map, we don't see the territory, but we also see the errors in the map.
Right.
We see the map and the errors in the map, but we don't see the territory.
Yeah, but
the errors are where the territory pushes its nose through.
And what those errors do is they can, if we're properly receptive to the way the errors are deforming the map, they can turn it into a globe, and a globe is still not the thing, but it's damn better than a map. And so that there's a receptivity that's also important. I mean, it is definitely the case that insofar as our map is accurate, which means it's been generated as a consequence of a rectification of our previous errors, is that it is an adequate representation of the external of reality. It's an adequate representation of reality, which means we have molded ourselves to reality. See, this is also why I think, John, that I think that men and women select each other for manifestation of the logos. Wow.
I mean, because I said this was a deep critique,
Yeah, keep going.
It goes all the way to okay, so look at this. So men organize themselves into groups, and they take the quarterback out of the stadium on their shoulders. And they say, by doing so, cheerleaders, here's your chosen mate. And the cheerleaders jump up in the air with their legs spread and say, hooray, bring him to me. And isn't that the dialogue between men and women down the ages? And you might say, well, why would men vote for the stallion when they're not the stallion? And the answer is, well, it's better to be a follower of the stallion if you can't be the stallion than to not be at all. And I mean that in the deepest evolutionary sense as well. Or have I got something wrong? Because when I said this is the fundamental animating spirit, I really meant it. And so then if men and women are choosing each other for manifestation of the logos, then That's the spirit that drives the evolution of consciousness.
Wow. Okay. I don't know if he's saying what is wrong. I don't know what he's saying. I don't know what he's saying. I can't tell if it's wrong. I don't know what the heck he's saying. I don't understand anything that's happening right now. What is going on? That explanation for that was just crazy. I don't know what was going on. None of that. It took a turn. Oh yeah, this did take a turn somehow. Like how? Why? What does this have to do with mating patterns and like trying to manifest the logos or whatever? I don't understand any of this. I'm interested. I'm fascinated by what he's saying. I just don't understand it one bit, not even a little bit. Disclosing faster and faster. Yeah, we're understanding now. Now I know what he thinks and what he thinks about when he sees those cheerleaders spreading their legs in the air. I don't think that's a sexual thing. I think it's just a show of flexibility. Gymnasts and cheerleaders alike, they do lots of flexible exercises which involve doing splits, which is like just showing their flexibility, right? And I don't know if it has to do with like anything sexual. I don't think. Maybe a misunderstanding. Maybe it is. Okay, anyway. We're going to try to keep going because that was completely incomprehensible, but maybe it'll be clarified in the next statements.
It's random. It might be random variation on the option side. But that doesn't mean it's random variation on the selection side, obviously. And so then the question is, well, what are you selected for? I imagine your wife is pretty fond of you when you manifest that. Well, yes, I have a wife too, and can understand.
Wait, what? Okay. Anyway, all right. Okay. I'm just stunned by so many different things. I can't understand. Frank ain't loving this. Yes, he's loving this. Okay. It kind of made a little bit more sense as he said that. When he's talking about selection pressures, it kind of made a little bit more sense. Okay. It makes a little bit more sense, right? So we have these representations of the world in our mind. We have maps of the world. And whenever we get an error, we correct that error and we get a new sort of representation, which at no point is it exactly the same. At no point are we actually engaging with the world. We just model the world and then we engage with the world. And if there's an error, we change the model. And we keep doing that over and over again. And obviously, one of the ways of considering an error will be death. So somebody will model the world and they die because they haven't modeled it correctly. And that keeps happening over and over again until somebody models the world in such a way that they continue to survive. And presumably, that gets into survival pressures, and then that gets into selection biases, or selection, not biases, but selection to choosing the mate that has the best representation of the universe or of the world, and you have the best representation and it accords with your mate's representation, and then that creates a better new representation, and that's like a way of describing survival. I can kind of understand that. Okay, it sounds a little weird when you say you're choosing your girl or your guy based on, logos and their manifestation of the logos. It sounds kind of strange when he puts it in that way, but it kind of makes a bit of sense if he parse it out, I think. Whoever has the better representation of the world is going to survive, and that survival is what is selected for, apparently. Something like that. I think we can follow that. I think we can track that.
Her displeasure with my multiple shortcomings, and justified displeasure, I might say. But I'm sure that she's happy when you do manifest that part of you that you said you wanted to manifest.
But I get, maybe I don't get you. What I see is you're mapping the receptivity and the selection onto sort of masculine and feminine, maybe sort of yin and yang in a Taoist thing. But if I was to respond as a Taoist, I would say, but can't I have that relationship also with you? Does it have to be necessarily embodied in a sexual difference? I think it's also embodied in that it goes all the way to the bottom wherever you look. Well, wouldn't that suggest then that something like the Taoist notion of yin and yang, therefore, is a more fundamental representation of the reality, precisely because it applies to more cases?
Well, more fundamental than what?
So the idea of masculine and feminine. I understand.
That's certainly possible. That's certainly possible. I mean, I think reality is the battle of good and evil against a background of chaos and order.
So chaos and order would map quite readily. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
I was just saying, I can see that in sort of that's a very doubt. The reason I'm saying this,
order is the map that you're describing, right? Because insofar as it's in concordance with reality, it's a map that it enables us, when we apply it, to get what we desire.
Of course. And
then disorder emerges when that prediction,
chaos.
It isn't just a prediction because it's predicated on desire, which is where the cognitive scientists went wrong, because it's not just expectation, it's desire.
Oh, but that's changing.
The map is motivated. Well, that's good. Be good.
He's over moralizing these things. I think he is moralizing a lot of stuff here.
That was a fundamental problem.
The predictive processing model is changing. In fact, the idea that the idea that we're even talking about something inferential, working with Bayes' proposition, is largely now moribund. Friston himself and Andy Clark and one of my former students that I'm collaborating with, Mark Miller, and also with Brad Anderson. It's like, no, the work of Michael Anderson, the embodied understanding of predictive processing is now the dominant model in which affect, relevance realization is not cold calculation. It's
okay. So look, it's motivation and affect, let's say, eh? But that's a hierarchical structure, and in that hierarchical structure, there's a central organizing spirit, a spirit that drives towards unity, and because it's predicated on the very idea of the attentional focus itself, right? What do you hold in the highest esteem? That's what directs your attention, right? What you hold in the highest esteem directs your attention.
What you care about.
So how is that not a religious claim? How can that not be a religious claim if the claim is also embodied?
Right? It has to be religious. It'd be nice if Jordan clarified what he means by religious, but apparently any sort of value judgment, I think he means here to say, is religious. To even have attention on something is religious somehow. To value something over another thing is religious somehow.
You see what I mean?
I see it.
I do think...
Because maybe there's one more step past motivation. It's personality, right? Because motivation manifests itself in personality.
Yes.
That's the next step for the cognitive scientists if they haven't got there yet. I mean, I knew that motivation and emotion was the step past pure expectation because, well, in Jeffrey Gray's work, which is brilliant, Neuropsychology of Anxiety, is a great book, but he assumes that the map predicts expectation and that we're sort of cold cognitive expectors, right? Prediction machines. But we're not. We don't predict what's going to happen. We work to make what we want to happen. Yeah, but that's not the same thing.
He's not giving John a moment to speak. He's not giving John a moment to think. He's not giving John any space for anything. We're just blasting us with some information here. So Jordan was saying the highest evaluation is religious rather than any hierarchy. So I may have misinterpreted or wasn't being very charitable there when I restated it. Not just any hierarchy. The top of our value pyramid is what we worship and pay special attention to, according to Jordan Peterson, and that's religious. So the thing that we pay the most attention to or special attention to, that is religious, not just anything that's better than something else. Okay. Whenever something's at the top of a hierarchy of values, that is apparently religious. I see it.
But that's the change that's happening, Jordan.
I don't get it,
They're shifting off of prediction as the primary metaphor into anticipation.
So how and is the shift gone to the point where it's personalities manifesting themselves within us that determine our direction?
Yes, not quite what you would call, explicit personality theory, but the notion that this is the term that's used, and of course it is fraught with millennia with issues of contention, but the idea of the discussion around the self, what the self is as an organizing principle.
It's a personality. It's a personality. Well, obviously, personality theory and cognitive theory have to be united. I mean, they're major domains, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a paper published that tries to integrate them. And the bridging point is actually in attention, because what's come out in predictive processing is what's called precision weighting. What you have to do is you have to privilege, because you can't model everything. They hit combinatorial explosion.
Right.
So you have to privilege.
That's chaos.
Right. You have to privilege certain predictions. We can come back later why anticipation is a much better word. And that's what attention is. And that's where the relevant...
Yes.
I'm writing a paper.
Okay, so Pajot's point would be the basis of worship is what directs attention.
And I think that's ultimately right. I mean,
well,
I tried
Jesus, that's a hell of a thing to say, you know, because especially if the case that the apex of your attention, you know, has this drive towards unity, and that it's based in personality. I mean, these are claims that are very much tantamount to religious claims. As far as I can see.
Well, okay, then I have a sequence of episodes in my series where I lay out an argument step by step, trying to build the experience of sacredness and its referent. It's the sacred, but trying to build the experience of sacredness out of the way in which attention and relevance realization and participatory knowing and perspectival knowing are all seeking to bind us to ourselves, the self, to each other and to the world. And the sacred is that which most powerfully, truthfully, and presently and belongingly achieves that for us.
Right. Great. Well said, John. Hooray. Where do you put awe and admiration in that?
See, awe and admiration. Again, we're trying to... I think fundamentally, well, I mean, it's not fundamentally necessarily true, with the way that I like to categorize these things and the sort of way that I've kind of analyzed the way that Jordan Peterson is thinking about this, and having the logical worldview, and then there's a split between that, and then all the other types of intuition, which would be here this aesthetic sort of thing, which is awe and appreciation, and then morality and any other spiritual claims, and any sort of, hierarchical realization of importance. I think he's just conflating all of those different aspects and just calling them religious, because he's conflating something that's beautiful with something that's true, with something that's good, and he just thinks that they're all the same thing, because that's how he's using his language and just calling them all God or calling them all religious in some sense. I think that's not very... I don't think that's the best way. I think it's not a very precise way of viewing the world. It's a fine way, but it leads to lots of imprecision. I think it's cool, but it leads to lots of imprecision, and maybe we can clarify it a lot more by distinguishing different types of intuition and distinguishing morality as different from attention, which is different from appreciation, and different from beauty, and different from emotions, and different from so on and so forth. Just disambiguate all these different types of intuitions.
So think about this. Admiration is the instinct to emulate. Okay, so then we look for the most emulatable. That's the ultimate spirit.
And I think Gerard is right that always carries with it the dark side of mimetic envy and covetousness, and that those two are always playing off against each other.
Well, because we think we can possess it by ill-got means.
Yes.
That's the story of Cain.
Yes.
And of course that's carried with us, because the story of human history is the battle between Abel and Cain, which is also why I asked you about this fundamental cultural crisis that's tearing us apart. And is that a manifest? And you said, well, that's a manifestation of deeper things, and that's what I asked too.
Yeah. And I hope that what we've been doing is actually my answer to that. Awe, I can say more about, because I've been involved and am involved in some actual experiments on awe and the effects on cognition and some of the work.
I don't know if what we've been doing is the answer to that or the antidote to that.
To which, sorry?
Well, if the question is posed wrong, we can't really answer it, can we? We have to provide an alternative formulation.
But that's what I think we're doing here.
So it's an antidote rather than an answer.
And that's fine.
Antidote.
I know.
That's what he means, an antidote? Okay. A reforming of the question, or a reforming of some worldview that makes the question invalid? Interesting.
Just clarifying it.
I think looking for the answer is in some sense a fundamental way of misframing it. That is to give into the propositional
Well, how do
tyranny.
we address it then? How do we address it, John? Do we just bystep it and just offer the alternative?
No. Think about this.
That's a genuine question, because perhaps we do just sidestep it and offer the alternative.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I want to be more responsible. That's what I'm recommending. I'm recommending that we remember that meaning in life, and this is also something I'm doing empirical work on, right? That meaning in life is mostly bound, right, at the non-propositional level, and it does feed into things like sacredness. I think reverence is the proper virtue of awe. reverence is the virtue that helps us appropriate.
Well, reverence means it is hold in ritual, is hold as a marker or as a pointer for ritual emulation.
I think
and that's embodiment. That's the pulling in of that personality into the self.
I think that's right, but I think what awe is really interesting because you can measure this. Awe is one of the few instances where people's sense of self and egocentrism is shrunk, but they find it a positive experience and they want it to continue.
Right. Well, that's what we experience in relationship to our current ego when we hypothesize our ideal as well.
I think that's right, and that goes to Agnes.
I mean, those are the same things because awe is the ideal. Awe is our unconscious ideal capturing us. Think about it. It's the spirit within. So imagine this. You already admitted, so to speak, that we're, canonic representations of the central animating spirit of the ages. And that speaks from our unconscious because it's embodied within us. And then it finds its grip on us in awe, in admiration.
Would you say, though, there's a question, would you say that it's not only the unconscious within us, but the unconscious without us? Because I think what awe is doing is disclosing.
It's the unconscious in the books behind you.
Yes, and also the unconscious in the world. Because
when you're full of awe, does it make you awful? I'm pretty sure awe with an E is a different root word than the awe without an E, but not an etymology stream here. I like the sense of awe. You get the sense of awe, and then you kind of reduce your egoic sense or whatever, but you want more of it. And sort of fitting to the way that I like to frame all these things in terms of different forms of intuition and different processes and ways of engaging in the world. When you're in awe, you're struck by beauty. This is a way of interacting in the world, this artistic way of interacting in the world and appreciating beauty. And you're struck in that, you're struck at meaning that that process sort of goes in overload and all the other processes stop, or they can't continue for long periods of time. So you can't think, you can't feel, you can't anything else. You only appreciate beauty, and you're just struck with this awe. That's how I'd put it. And of course, that reduces your identity quite a bit because you don't have the process of identifying anymore. It just stops happening, and you're just in awe. And the only process that is available for you is to process the beauty of whatever it is that you're experiencing. And of course, that can happen with all other types of. There can be analogous processes with all the other types of processes that you have in the world where one process overrides all the other ones and doesn't allow for something else to happen, right? If you fall in love, for example, you can't think straight. You're just in love, right? You're just processing in terms of one psychological process. You can't process in the other processes, and so on and so forth. You can think of analogies for all the other ones. That's how I like to think about it. It's kind of cool.
I think part of
it seems like there's a lot of alignment from what I'm thinking and how John is describing it, or how Jordan described it. Well, I don't remember who described it. How they're describing it.
I think we got too locked into the notion of the sacred as perfection, completion. This is one of my critiques of Plato, although I'm normally a lover of Plato, and I think. You can see in the mystics and in many traditions. This is a claim I can back up, but I'm just going to throw it out there. Right? Even in Jonathan's tradition, Eastern Orthodoxy,
is the sacred the good becoming better?
Well, the sacred is an inexhaustibleness, right?
Yes, that's why I'm asking that question.
Yes.
Because when I've had visions of heaven is a place that's perfect and getting better.
Okay. Let me give you my sense.
Heaven is perfect and getting better. When he said visions of heaven, what did he mean by that? Oh man, I wish we could ask him what he meant by that. What the heck did he mean by that? Did he mean he had a vision, he saw heaven directly, or does he mean he thinks about heaven sometimes and that's his vision? What did he mean by that? Oh, and John's just gonna let it slide by too. Okay. Well, it's perfect, but it's getting better. Wow. And you two are perfect, but could lose a little bit of improvement. Of course, we can all use a little bit of improvement, but we're all perfect. Interesting.
The place where I don't have visions, but the place where I experience what I'm talking about.
I wouldn't recommend them necessarily.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I we can compare altered states of consciousness another time, perhaps.
Yeah, okay. You'd really like to do that, would you?
Well, let me just finish the point I was making. So for me,
before on to another universe, you mean?
Yeah. See, for me, I tell people that Plato is sacred, which does not mean I can't question him. It does not mean that I can't disagree with him. It means the following: Plato transforms me. I go out and live my life for a while. The world then changes me because of the way I've been changed. I come back and I see things in Plato I didn't see before. And then I go back to the world. The thing is, the
Bible does that for people.
Yes, and that's
doesn't everything do that for people? Not everything, but there are a lot of stories that you go out into the world, you see the world slightly differently, but then you come back to the story, you can see it more, a different new lens to view the story, and you have different ways of interpreting it. That's the meaning of sacred here. It's an interesting definition.
Why the Bible is sacred, and what Plato, I think, argues, and what Taoism argues, and I think Christianity argues, where there's also the book of nature. There's always the two books of Revelation. You can actually experience that with respect to nature. I don't particularly like that term, but you can experience that with where the world.
I think introverts do that in particular.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So this is participation, right? This is a whole, I guess, participatory type of thing that is necessary here. You're interacting with the story in a particular way that changes how you see the story, and the story changes how you see it all. Very interesting.
That's a hypothesis of mine. I don't have evidence for it,
and you can do that with nature.
I've noticed my introverted clients need to be renewed by nature, and that it's something that seems. So, if extroversion is adaptation for the social world, is it? In some sense, is it possible that introversion is adaptation for the natural world?
That strikes me as a plausible hypothesis. I mean, that strikes me
as... all you introverts out there, you could tell me, if you're introverted, do you find sustenance in nature differentially? Because I don't think it's true for extroverts. They want to party and be with other people.
You're an introvert and you appreciate solitude. So it was interesting because he said that the introverts need some sort of rejuvenation in nature, and the extroverts like to hang out with people and party, which don't seem to be at odds, right? Because to appreciate nature and want to be around nature doesn't mean that you need to be in solitude. And to hang out with people doesn't mean that you are not in nature, right? So a person, the sort of being in nature and then being around people don't seem to be at all, they don't seem to be on the same axis, at least the way that I'm reading it. It doesn't mean to be lined up. So a person who is an introvert and just stays alone in their house, they're not in nature. So are they representative of this sort of thing that Jordan Peterson is referring to or not? I'm not sure. So let me think about that though. Is it the same thing? If I go out to nature, am I renewed? I feel recharged. A person may feel recharged, but do they change their view of the world when they go out into nature? And then they come back to their normal lives, interact with their daily lives, and then go back to nature and see it differently again because of how they saw their life differently. And there's this feedback sort of participation loop that happens. Is that what Jordan is suggesting happens with nature in its participation? That'd be very interesting. I'm not sure if my vision of the world changes when I go to nature. Meaning when I go to nature and I come back home, do I see my home differently because of the nature intervening? I'm not sure about that. I gotta think about that one. But I definitely sometimes see nature very differently based on how I was in my home and the things that I've done preceding. I think I can see it.
But there's, sorry, when you said all you introverts out there, I remember somebody, a former partner, she gave me
in a group, all you introverts.
That she gave me a poster. She said, it was like a propaganda poster, introverts of the world unite quietly alone in your room. Right?
John, in my classes, I used to segregate my classes into groups based on extroversion and introversion. Really? I'd ask them to, yes, because I had them debate. And so I put all the introverts together. Mm-hmm. And then they would debate. because the most extroverted would talk, right? But it worked wonderfully, and the students appreciated it. So it's something I'm humbly considering that it's something to contemplate. It worked extremely well when I had them debate, because otherwise the introverts, they're always likely to say the right thing a second later. And so they don't get to talk because the most extroverted leaps up. And that was almost always me. The most extroverted leaps up and says the thing.
That's really helpful to me, because I'm trying to understand this machinery of dialogos, and I'm trying to understand the things that come in. Obviously, there's the cognitive factors, there's attachment factors. I hadn't given enough thought to personality factors. That's good. That's very good. Thank you. That's something.
Yeah, well, I think the whole cognitive field hasn't given enough thought to personality factors because they haven't realized that motivation and affect are manifested in personality.
Well, I'm trying to respond to that.
Because they set goals, right? Well, great. I know. I see that. I'm so thrilled about it, and I wish you every success. And it looks like you're tromping away, man. So,
well, I'm trying, and more specifically, I'm trying to get a paper published that tries to integrate relevance realization theory, cognitive theory, with big five personality theory, making use of work of a shared student, Colin DeYoung.
Tell me about that.
Oh, well, the idea is, it's a long argument, but
let's hear it. We got time.
Receive it charitably, because I'm just giving you the gist. But the idea is,
I love the asking, or demanding rather. He just says, receive it charitably. Receive it charitably. I'm working on this idea. Receive it charitably. Something I guess we should probably try to do more often. Communicating with people new ideas. Tell them that we have a new idea.
Colin's idea about the meta traits of stability and plasticity, they tend to, I should be more cautious because I'm making a proposal theoretically. A plausible way of understanding that is that they map onto the meta constraints that are working within relevance realization of efficiency and resiliency.
I got to hear that one more time. The meta traits of plasticity and elasticity. Is that what he said? And these are dependent on what?
The idea is, it's a long argument, but receive it charitably, because I'm just giving you the gist. But the idea is, Colin's idea about the meta traits of stability and plasticity. They tend to, I should be more cautious because I'm making a proposal theoretically. A plausible way of understanding that is that they map onto the meta constraints that are working within relevance realization of efficiency and resiliency. And so you can see in a lot of machine learning that what you're doing is trying to get the system to improve its problem-solving learning ability by constantly trading between efficiency and resiliency, and that tends to push towards stability. And
is that a consequence of the fact that when machines were taught to identify penguins or birds and fish, and then they were given a penguin, it blew the prediction system?
It goes way back. It goes back to Geoffrey Hinton.
Because that's where I derived the idea from the difference between plasticity and stability to begin with.
And it's in.
So you heard that? Did you? I derived the idea from the sources that you're citing as its corollaries.
That's great.
It was from Greenberg, I think.
That's very convergent. So thank you for that. Right.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay, this is where we're getting ideas of plasticity and stability. Apparently, those are important meta traits, and they map onto efficiency and resiliency. Okay.
Okay.
You might want to know that, because he was a colleague of both of ours, Geoffrey Hinton at U of T. That basic idea, what the paper I published on relevance realization in 2012 basically attributes that core idea to him in his wake sleep algorithm for deep learning. So, long story short is you're reinforcing it, which thank you, I appreciate that.
Very good.
There's this growing convergence between sort of what machine learning is saying about opponent processing, and then what personality theory is saying about the kind of opponent processing between stability and plasticity. And so and then what we're trying to do is say, right, we can take sort of embodied cognitive science and properly integrate those together. And then there's an additional idea, which is that personality, might be an aspect of which it's affording not only individual cognition, but it might be, and this goes back to your classroom example, I think. It might be also a way of affording distributed cognition, improving relevance realization, because you can see the various traits as moving subpopulations to emphasize stability, others to open things up. And so personality is simultaneously helping to glue cognition together within the individual, but also glue distributed cognition together, which goes back to your point about the role of personality, right?
That would explain to some degree the existence of the niches because imagine that there's niches, obviously, that these personalities fill, because otherwise they wouldn't be useful. And
exactly.
The niches are valuable. Your claim in some sense is that the niches are valuable because they both expand and stabilize the map.
The analogy to biological selection is intended in the work. So you're picking up on it very.
Yeah, it has to be if you're thinking. Well, it has to be if your thinking is going to go anywhere, right?
Well, beautiful. So it seems that, okay, we've got multiple meta traits. These are opponent processes, which can be developed in an individual and apparently in AI, and also distributed in groups or in societies or so on and so forth, distributed cognition here. So I guess our role here on the stream is to increase plasticity, more so than stability. Also, we do stability occasionally, but mostly plasticity, because we switch between different modes of operation. We try to jump into different worldviews and understand those. So we're being very plastic and utilizing different ways of thinking and different processes. I think that is somewhat what we're referring to here. And I guess they both have some importance, plasticity and stability, both have some importance, and they need to play off of each other to grow, to expand, but then be stable as it expands, not completely devolve into chaos, but not stagnate into total order.
I think so too.
Yeah. Well, this is why I was interested in your reaction to the idea that, we're selecting on the basis of logos, because that's you've been talking about the metaphysical status of consciousness, and that's what drove me to bring that issue up, because the issue of God, in some sense, hinges on the issue of the metaphysical significance of consciousness. That's what it looks like to me.
That's right.
Do you think that's right?
I think it's right in that this way. It depends. I mean, I don't want to do the simple party trick of, well, it depends what you mean by God. But what I'm saying is,
very funny.
I think there. I don't.
Or think, real. It depends on what you mean by real. But when you ask questions like that, is God real? It depends on just as much on what you think is real as what you're asking about God.
Exactly.
What is real?
So,
what is God?
Here's what I will say as a claim. I do not think we are going to solve, and I mean that in cognitive scientific terms, the problem of consciousness without addressing fundamental ontology. I've been arguing for that in my courses.
Because that's where the consciousness field studies has got it wrong. Consciousness isn't the fundamental mystery. Reality is the fundamental mystery. And the secondary mystery is the relationship between consciousness and reality.
This is very interesting. Of course, we're flipping on things on this head, as opposed to saying the hard problem of consciousness and assuming that reality is actually here, creating consciousness somehow, or somehow related to consciousness, consciousness being the mystery and reality being the thing that's actually there. You can do the opposite and say it's the hard problem of reality and just say consciousness is obviously the case. How the heck does reality come out of here?
Because is it a primary relationship? That's the fundamental ontological question. And one of the offshoots of that is, well, how can you... Where is the reality without consciousness? Like, I haven't been...
Reality?
That's that objective world that's out there without us. But what is it that's out there without us? Forget us, consciousness.
Well, and that's and what people need to hear is that this is an odd sentence but one of the most exciting areas.
It's going to be one of many, John. So rack them up, man.
One of the exciting areas within metaphysics right now is the rise of what's called speculative realism. Yeah, right. And what's called object-oriented ontology. It's like object-oriented programming as a metaphor. I won't go into it, but the primary thing that they're on about is they say, look, if you are going to be a realist, again, I'm compressing a lot into very little, but if you're going to be a realist, you have to admit into your metaphysics relationships between things that do not depend for their existence on us being aware of those relationships.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
Yes, so things exist without you being aware of those things existing. Okay. This is a speculative realist or an object-oriented ontology. Interesting. Okay.
things have to be able to influence and disclose each other in a way that is dark to us.
Completely dark, outside
then
of our...
what
It's
does
like
that
dark
mean?
matter on the metaphysical
plane.
edge.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and what does that mean? Well, it's interesting. It means to some degree that you can pick up the orbit of the Earth using Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, it means that.
You know what I mean? What I mean? It means that
No, I don't know what you mean,
somehow
Jordan. What the heck do you
the
mean?
all is embedded in the
Exactly.
singular.
I got what
And
you
you
meant.
see that with Foucault's pendulum.
Sorry.
The heck is Foucault's pendulum? Help us out, Jordan. All right, you have an audience here that doesn't understand everything. What does this mean?
I was playing between. I was just. There was two references in my mind. There was the historical thing, and then there was the book,
Yes.
right? And I said,
Yes.
oh, okay, right. And so yeah, I think that's right. And people like Morton. And
So then that brings up the question: is there a distinction between the unknown real and the unconscious? That's
why I
the
asked-
question of the munus iundus, I think.
But that's why I asked you earlier about an
That's not right.
unconscious in the world, Jordan. That's why I asked you.
So I guess he's making the analogy. He's trying to make a comparison between either having reality be the fundamental thing or consciousness be the fundamental thing. Is there a difference between the unknown real or the unconscious? Something that is dark to you in both areas. Something you can't know about in either senses, in either worldviews. Is there a difference, or are they just the same thing?
I know,
Analogous.
John. That's exactly why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, exactly.
So is the unconscious in the world? Then the corollary question obviously is the unconscious in the
Well,
world
you're gonna
striving to make itself conscious?
Well, I don't know about that, but let me answer something that I think you're going to love from a Jungian perspective, which is how Harman talks about it. I'm going to use this language, but I think it's fair to him. He thinks the only way, so the idea he has, and I think there's something fundamentally right about this, is objects are not only shining in, phenomenon, but they are also withdrawing. They are always they're inexhaustible. Right? So they are simultaneously shining into our intelligibility, but they are always withdrawing into their reality.
Right, because every object is more than it appears by an infinite amount, and that's partly what you experience in experiences of awe in the inanimate.
Yes.
Right, because the infinite is contained somehow within the finite.
Okay, this is great. So
okay, they're saying so much here. Okay, infinite contained in a finite object shining in and withdrawing because there's infinite.
You are God.
Is that true? Hey, thanks. Thanks for following. Because there's infinite intelligibility for every object. So there's always something that's withdrawing. There's always taking something out of your cognition. I guess, and it's shining into your cognition at the same time. Hey, thanks for the cheers.
Here's a proposal he has that the only and it goes towards my claim of a participatory kind of knowing. The only way I can really participate in the withdrawal of this object into its unconscious, because if I'm conscious of it, I've defeated the very thing I'm claiming, is how I can relate to my own unconscious. The way there's aspects of me that withdraw beyond my consciousness, but nevertheless shape and make an impact.
What? Okay, none of this is making any sense. Okay, I'm exaggerating a bit. It's making a bit of sense. Objects, again, shining into your consciousness, so you can become conscious of it, you can become aware of it, you start to understand portions of it, but then it's also withdrawing because there's so much more. Okay, so we've got objects that are coming into our consciousness, but then they're also completely outside of our consciousness. They're completely dark because, there's infinite intelligibility that we can't observe with our limited consciousness, apparently. So there's so much more to it.
The only and it goes towards my claim of a participatory kind of knowing. The only way I can really participate in the withdrawal of this object into its unconscious, because if I'm conscious of it, I've defeated the very thing I'm claiming, is how I can relate to my own unconscious. The way there's aspects of me that withdraw beyond my consciousness, but nevertheless shape and make an impact. My participating in this axis, if you'll allow me a metaphor, allows me and he means this in a profound sense, symbolically, aesthetically, to participate in the realness of this object. That's the kind of stuff that's going on right now in speculative realism.
Okay, that didn't make. I tried to follow. I tried my best. All right, I tried my best. 100% brain power there. That didn't make any sense. It made a little bit of sense, but it didn't make any sense. You have to. He did some motions here. He picked up the glass. He said you touch it and it becomes real. I mean, he touched it and you're participating in it, it becomes real. He has to become more aware of his own unconscious and the withdrawn parts of his own unconscious. Notice the withdrawn parts of the other of the cup's unconscious, or the dark parts of the cup. And there's somehow some sort of analogy or some sort of comparison or some sort of importance between these two things being unconscious, parts of you being unconscious, and then the infinite other parts of intelligibility of the cup that is unconscious to you. That's I don't quite understand how what part you need to develop in your own unconscious to notice the realness of the cup and so on and so forth. But man, there's something there. Jordan seems confused as much as I am.
Get back to your 4-tier. I have to digest that in ways that I'm not going to be conscious of.
Yes.
I don't know how to follow that with the appropriate question.
Well, I mean,
it's the depth within that allows you to appreciate the depth without.
It makes me think of the songs.
Okay, so that's a good way of putting that. The relationship between your own unconsciousness, you have to see that shining back into your consciousness, and then you notice that your cup has an intelligibility that is shining into your consciousness and an unintelligibility that is withdrawing, and you just have that relation. You recognize that you are unconscious of some things about yourself, in which case you will recognize that you are unconscious about some parts about the cup. And when you have the openness to be allowing the unconscious parts of yourself to shine through, and I don't know what the phrase of that would be, but having your unconscious shine through to your consciousness and your awareness, you would have that same analogous process happen with your cups and with any other thing that you're interacting with. The parts that are dark to you will shine into your consciousness too.
I mean, it's the verse,
appreciate the depths within to appreciate the depths without.
The deep calling to the deep. And that's not you calling, right? That's what I mean about the transjectivity.
Yes, that's also akin to the metaphor of rescuing the father from the underworld.
Okay.
Because we're constantly doing that.
Okay,
so the father is in the inner underworld. Always.
Yes.
As a consequence of our reflection of the external social and natural worlds.
So I didn't see that when you've talked about it before. You're seeing a deep kind of resonance between those where each discloses the other. You saw it. I'm just pointing out my vision of it, I suppose. Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's the analogous vision.
I think that's right. I think,
and it's
we're rescuing.
It's the discordance. See, it's interesting because it's the discordance between the map and the reality that drives the seeking of the Father within, right? Because you see what I mean? Because when your desire does not manifest itself and you despair, you call to the Father within to reveal himself. And so that's the rescuing of the Father from the dragon of chaos.
So the rescuing of the Father from the dragon of chaos is having your unconscious shine itself through to your awareness. Appreciate the depths without to appreciate the depths within, or the opposite rather, appreciate the depths within to appreciate the depths without. So you save your father from the dragon, the beast, or whatever, the dark world. I don't know what language he uses here. You save your father, you appreciate the depths within, and apparently you can start to appreciate the depths without.
And you're kenotic, right? Because you're kenotic, you're your books behind you, which is why you array them behind you in no small part. But as you said, in your own defense, when you're putting your ideas forth, I'm just the gist. There's another T-shirt.
Just the gist. I am just the gist.
But that's the same idea as kenosis.
I know, the emptying. And I'm deeply interested in the relationship between kenosis and henosis, because
I don't know henosis.
Henosis is sort of.
It's horrifying and great to talk to someone who knows a whole bunch of things I don't know at all.
Oh, thank you, Jordan. That's quite the compliment coming from someone like you. Henosis is one. It's the summation of the Neoplatonic anagogy, the Neoplatonic ascent.
This is gnosis, by the way. Gnosis, a way of knowing by becoming one.
Whereby the one within you becomes one with the one without until there is only the one. It's ultimate at one-ment.
Ultimate at one.
And also it has the sense of atonement because it's the ultimate healing of that which is most existentially distressing to us, which is our being separated from the ground of reality within and the ground of reality without, and also separating those.
Yes, so that is what is most existentially distressing to us. You agree with that?
Yes.
So that's why I titled my next book the title that I am titling it, which is "We Who Wrestle with God," because that's our fundamental problem.
We who wrestle with God. We've got how many books do you have? He's got Maps of Meaning, 12 Rules for Life, Beyond Order, and then the next one's going to be We Who Wrestle with God. It seems like a big jump, something different. That's interesting.
Is that dissociation? But, I believe that's the case.
So that calls something forth for me now, the wrestling.
But then that means that okay, please go ahead with that first.
What I was going to say is, we're talking about this bivalence of how reality presents it to itself. This is Heidegger's big thing, right? And there's a sense in which it shines into our intelligibility, but it also withdraws, right? It withdraws into its moreness. It shines with its suchness, and it withdraws into its moreness. And wrestling is like that, if you think about it, because
it shines into its suchness and it withdraws into its moreness. Okay, and wrestling is like this.
Wrestling, I'm making contact, but I'm also being surprised. Think about the two phenomenologies of our sense of realness. One is when things are confirmed, and it's real because look at how it all fits together.
Right.
And then the other is, geez, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that surprises me.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. That is the two things that are the most real, isn't it? Isn't that something?
Yeah, and wrestling is both of those.
Okay, wrestling. Okay, I'm very confused. I mean, I'm following the conversation. I'm just confused as to what the heck he means. Knowing or realness is confirming, and it's also disconfirming or understanding that you didn't know something or you don't know something still. Interesting. Both of those are more real, or both of those are expressions of realness. And wrestling is what we do. You can flop between confirming something, this is it is definitely it, and also, there's so much more for me to know. I didn't know any of this at all. There's so much. Both of those are a form of realness, appreciating realness, and you flip between those while you wrestle.
And notice it's a conformity metaphor too, right? You have to come into conformity, literally form yourself to the body of your opponent, right? And you're right. So there's the shining, but there's also the realness because they're shocking you from beyond. I hadn't picked that up on the wrestling metaphor. The wrestling metaphor is actually pointing to it brings together, right, the two ways in which reality grabs us: the confirming from within, and the surprising from without.
So that's why we're spoken to in parables, isn't it?
I think so.
It takes us thousands of years to make them conscious. And then we keep doing so, and we keep doing so to make them more and more conscious. I mean,
right. And as you were speaking about earlier, about this sort of participation that a person may have while reading a story or interacting with a story. So first you read the story and then you can see the world differently. And then when you go out into the world, you see the world differently, and that kind of changes you in a way. But then you can come back to the story and now you see the story in a whole new light, and you interpret it very differently again. And that new interpretation changes how you see the world again. And there's this loop of participation and changing and growing, ever expanding, more conscious interpretations of some random story. And apparently this can happen with anything. It doesn't matter. Well, he hasn't made that jump, so maybe I won't make that jump. But you make the story, and any sort of parable has infinite intelligibility behind it. You've got a little part of it that's shining through, and you have infinite intelligibility behind it. And your job, your task, is to disambiguate some of that infinite intelligibility underlying it. Now, it would be impossible to do completely, but you do it. So this is fascinating. I'm a big fan of this idea of being able to interact with any story, have infinite intelligibility behind it, and you can find more and more and more and more and more information, or not even information, but you can get more intelligibility out of it. You can make more of it conscious, and that's your task. That's your duty, I suppose. And you can do it. I would go ahead and make the jump with anything. It doesn't have to be a parable. It could be literally anything. But some things make it more difficult. Some things you have to be a little bit more creative with. Parables make it a little bit easier.
Taking apart Genesis like that was really revelatory to me but I differed from the atheist because I approached the text with reverence and ignorance and humility, believing that I was nothing in comparison to what it contained.
You thought that there were truths available through transformation, not just through information.
Well, what are we, stupid? Are we stupid? Is that why we were guided by this book for so many thousands of years and preserved it? It's because we're stupid?
Yeah, he's what he's doing is he's going into the mindset of an atheist, like a common sort of modern atheist, giving a bit of a straw man, but he's just making a point here. Say the alternative to all these religious stories being true in some sense and having infinite intelligibility behind them, and our task being to make all of the intelligibility conscious. The alternative to that is that we're just stupid and we didn't know anything and we just have these stupid stories. Well, I mean, yes, and, right? Yes, and, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
So maybe that means there's something I don't know about it. It's we're all stupid. Either I'm stupid, which is highly probable, or we're all stupid, which is not so highly probable.
I think
an individual can be stupid, probable, but all of us be stupid, not so probable. And of course, if you appreciate yourself and you can appreciate that you have some parts of yourself that are unconscious or some parts of yourself that are dark to your cognition and the way that you can understand the world, there are parts of you that you can't understand, and it just shines forth. Once you start to appreciate that, apparently you can start to appreciate that in the rest of the world. There's more to the world than what you can directly perceive and what you can know, what you've already decided and confirmed was true. There's much more behind that.
Well, I mean, as I've said, I think one of my deepest criticisms of the new atheist is precisely the fact. I think I have a lot of criticisms of theism too because of the way it has bound itself. I mean, current theism, it has bound itself to a Cartesian conception of modernity and reality. That's
Go into that.
Step one, religions are trying to confirm themselves by doing scientific experiments or whatever, trying to place themselves into the reality that is defined by physics, as opposed to just being in their own field, something very basic like that. And they're trying to justify all of their religion through logic or through reasoning, as opposed to using their own internal sort of justification system. They're just being stuck with this idea of modernity and using that to confirm itself, using some other random system that is completely unnecessary and completely divorced from it to confirm religion. Why do this with theology? No, you just use your theology and you don't need to justify it externally. And you don't need to cede grounds to the logic or the modernity or the science or whatever to say that that is the gold standard for confirming things. We must use that to confirm our religion. If you already believe your religion to be true, just let it be true in a different way. And obviously science is true in its own way and it has its own narrow field of study and understanding. That's what I would say.
Well, I want to talk to you about dogma and spirit a bit.
Okay,
let's go into what you just said.
Okay, so I'm going to say thing. I'm going to put a pin in it because we're still trying to do the 4 Ps of knowing.
We're on so many tangents right now. Okay, Cartesian realism and modernity in theology.
But the new atheists lose the 3 other Ps, and they lose. They look for scientific knowledge in the Bible, not paying attention to how it cultivates wisdom, and the fact
and not knowing that there's any difference between scientific knowledge and wisdom. This is what I talked about with Stephen Fry recently, because Stephen, who's allied with the atheists, knows that there's such a thing as wisdom, which is why he pursues and embodies myth, but he's annoyed at the church because of its dogma, and he confuses the church with its dogma.
Exactly.
But, I'm also going to say a few positive things about dogma. Dogma is the map.
I think dogma is, in signal detection theory, I think dogma is the inescapable need to set the criterion. At some point, you can't, like,
yes.
in signal detection theory, you have to set the criterion. And all you do to set the criterion, this sounds like Pascal, is you assess the relevance of the risks. Because I'll gather more information, but then you have to set the criterion for that.
Yes,
right?
yes,
right?
exactly.
Again and again. And at some point.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
But you should.
So the criterion we're talking about is the worship of that ultimate spirit.
Well,
that's the setting of the criteria. And there's a dogma, there's an element in which dogma serves that. So we can't just because Fry says, well, I like the spirit, but not the dogma. It's like, no, because you have to make a decision. That's your point.
Okay, that's right.
And in every act, there's a decision. So in every act, there's a worship of the dogma because you set the criterion.
Right, but you set the criterion, but that's not the same thing as making the connection. Don't forget that credo is later, and I say should always be in service to religio. Religio, which means to bind. That's that connectedness we've been talking about throughout. And the point about setting the criterion, and this is like a William James thing to say. The point of setting the criterion is to get as reliable a continuity of religio as you possibly can. And when credo goes from giving your heart to I assert, we stop making credo, we stop conceiving of credo in a way that sees it integrally in service of religio. And that's a part of my critique of what's happening.
Okay, so that seems to lead wisely into the 4 areas that you were going to discuss.
Well, yeah. So I went back to, we had propositional, and then of the non-propositionals, we have procedural, then we have perspectival, having to do with consciousness. And then finally, we're down to the kind of knowing that we keep bumping up into, which is the knowing, I'll use a sort of a Gibsonian way of talking about it, the knowing that creates affordances that makes all the other knowings possible, right? There's a way in which biology and culture and my online cognition shape me and shape the world so that they fit each other. I mean, this is Geertz's even notion of what culture is. It simultaneously models the world to me and models me to the world. That's the participatory level. I use a metaphor from Geertz, Chris and I do in our work, right, of the agent-arena relationship, which is like your forum for action, right? That what participatory knowing does is it gets you to assume certain, like it's a process of co-identification, the Stoics talk about. I assume an identity as I'm assigning identities to things such that affordances between me and it emerge. I'm a grasper, that's graspable, that's an affordance, and therefore I can come into relationship with the cup. That's the level of participatory knowing. And that grounds everything else, because without the affordances, you can't get any of the other kinds of knowing going.
You can't get a grip.
You can't get a grip. Okay, Jordan Peterson with the joke. Here. Participatory knowing, you have to know yourself, or you have to define yourself in some way, and you have to define the world in some other way. And when you participate with something, you define yourselves in opposites such that you can interact. And that is apparently the most foundational knowing. Did he say that? Did I mishear him saying that? I think he said that, right? This is one of the knowings that is necessary for all other knowings. You need to be able to participate before you know something. So this is like the ground of knowing is to define yourself and define the world and then be able to interact in that sense.
Yes, you can't get Merleau-Ponty's optimal grip. So here's what I would say. The participatory knowing gives you a field of affordances. The perspectival knowing makes certain affordances salient to you perspectivally. That gives you a situational awareness. The situational awareness tells you which skills from your procedural knowing you should bring to bear. And then once those skills are in action, you are getting the right kind of causal interaction with the world for your propositional evidence.
I don't think that you realize how much you pack into those statements.
Yeah, that was a lot, right? Because he just created a hierarchy of the 4 types of knowing. We've got the participatory knowing, which is apparently the base that you need to know how to participate. The perspectival knowing to, I don't remember what he said, to know what is salient. And then the procedural knowing to know what skills to do with the things that are salient. And then the propositions or the information that you get after you do all that stuff. I didn't exactly catch what he said. So I'm going to go back about 10 seconds to try to rehear this. But placing these 4 in a hierarchy and he is explaining their relationship with each other, which I think is maybe important.
A field of affordances. I assume an identity as I'm assigning identity.
One more.
This is Geertz's even notion of what culture is. It simultaneously models the world to me and models me to the world. That's the participatory level. I use a metaphor from Geertz, Chris and I do in our work, right, of the agent-arena relationship, which is like your forum for action. X1. Right, that what participatory knowing does is it gets you to assume certain, like it's a process of co-identification, what the Stoics talk about. I assume an identity as I'm assigning identities to things such that affordances between me and it emerge. I'm a grasper, that's graspable, that's an affordance, and therefore I can come into relationship with the cup. That's the level of participatory knowing. And that grounds everything else, because without the affordances, you can't get any of the other kinds of knowing going.
You can't get a grip.
Yes, you can't get Merleau-Ponty's optimal grip. So here's what I would say. The participatory knowing gives you a field of affordances. The perspectival knowing makes certain affordances salient to you perspectivally.
Okay, from my perspective, from this perspective, these affordances are salient. So you've got everything being identified in the world, and you are identified in a particular way, and you know how you can interact with all of these things. But now, from the perspectival knowing, you determine which of those are important relationships. Which ones are salient?
That gives you a situational awareness. The situational awareness tells you which skills from your procedural knowing you should bring to bear. And then once those skills are in action, you are getting the right kind of causal interaction with the world for your propositional evidence.
I don't think that you...
Okay, yeah, all right. You get your salient landscape of the identities. I think I got it the first time and really solidified it the second time here. And then you have your procedures to interact with them. And then once you do that, now you have this ability to get information. Now you have the ability to know stuff, to learn.
Realize how much you pack into those statements. Maybe you do. I mean, I know you've thought about each of them for years, but you know, there's a lot. It's like the cup metaphor you used. There's a lot lurking behind the scenes there, and you hit your listener with that when you lay out that. So I'm going to ask you to do that again, if you would, and I'm going to listen to it again.
I'm happy to do so.
Okay, Jordan needed it a second time just as much as I did. All right, very good.
And I know that my
presuming that if I don't understand it, there are probably a few other people who don't.
I think that's
who are listening.
That's a fair assumption.
Probably fair, yeah.
And I do not want my entheos to undermine my attempts at logos. So we'll put it that way. So the participatory knowing. You know, we participate in affordances. It generates a field of affordances for us.
Okay, so let me stop you there. Okay, so my value structure determines what field of affordances manifests itself to me.
So tell me more about what you mean by value structure, because if you mean
value is the determinant of my attentional resources. I'm going to attend to that which I believe is most valuable. And so I have a value hierarchy lurking in the background. That's in that deep unconscious, let's say. But that value hierarchy should be predicated on the manifestation of the highest spirit. So what I should want to afford itself to me are those affordances that afford me the opportunity to pursue the path of the highest spirit. If I'm oriented properly, if I'm worshiping properly, yes or no? Sorry, it's not a command.
Constitutively or ultimately? Because there's a difference there. I mean,
it's not a command. It sounds like a command. Yes or no?
I mean, so like.
I probably mean both, failing to distinguish between them. But I mean, in the ideal, but that would be the ideal that I would be, what would you say, inclined to pursue if I were conscious of its existence. So I would say.
Let me see if I can map this, because this is interesting. Because I'm using the term affordance because it's become one of the central terms within.
I understand.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I didn't know that either. But that means well, why? Because that work was shelved for. I mean, I became enamored of it when I encountered it, but that work was in some sense shelved for a very long time.
Well, there's a personal reason and there's a collective reason. The personal reason is I was lucky to study and enter into collaboration with one of Gibson's great proteges, John Kennedy.
He's having a good time.
And so that's how I learned to appreciate this. The field as a whole, because of the notion that cognition is not in your head, it's between you and the world. That cries out for the notion of affordance, right? It cries out for.
And so it's had its influence now.
Yes.
Or increase. I mean, it had its influence to begin with.
More than influence.
Okay.
It's now a central construct within 4E cognitive science. Central construct. Now, the idea, and I think this lines up with you, but let's see, because the idea is like, I don't have to be conscious, right, of the affordance relationship between me and the cup. That's given by me having a particular kind of body, the cup having a particular kind of location. Now, but what you're saying
You're conscious of it. You're only conscious of enough to make use of it. You're only conscious of it, what's necessary in order for you to make use of it. If that didn't work, you'd have to become conscious of more of it.
Well, it depends on what you mean by conscious, though. So since we have all these different ways of knowing, it's very difficult to understand what he means by conscious of it, right? He may not be propositionally conscious of it. He may not intellectually know the words to use to describe that he is in relation with these things and he can use it. He may not have the procedural skills to interact with a particular thing, but he may have the perspective to understand that it's important to interact with it. And he definitely has the participation to identify himself and identify the thing separately. So what does it mean to be conscious of it? But I don't know if that's going to be parsed out very much here. But that seems to be pretty important distinction here, because we have at least four different categories of knowing, or four different ways of knowing. And in each of those ways of knowing, you can be conscious or something analogous to it, I guess.
Right. But okay, I'm trying to get some, maybe I'm worried that we're talking at cross purposes.
Cross purposes.
What I mean to say is, right, there is a constitutive, I'm going to use your term, there's a constitutive value of adaptivity, and that my affordances arise for me precisely because of the kind of adaptive agent I am. So, for example, to use Gibson's example,
want to be,
right? Or
I'm not sure it's what I am, or if it's I'm not sure if I'm directed by who I am, or I'm directed by my ideal. I think I'm directed by my ideal because it's in the space of desire. That's the thing.
Yeah, but
because John, are your affordances affording you, or are they affording who you could be?
But I want to say both, right? I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I want to say
okay.
Right, because I want to be, because I want to be able to say that
both is sufficiently radical.
Well, I think that's. We'll have to talk about.
I mean, we are investigating the claim in some sense that the world calls you to become.
Yes. So
right. So the ideal is implicit in the affordance.
But I would also put the Heideggerian thing on it. My Dasein, my way of being in the world, also calls things forth from the world.
Yes.
This cup is not graspable to a fly. Right, that it doesn't.
Right.
Doesn't the data agent arena relationship doesn't exist and no matter what the fly wishes or wants, that's not going to be the case.
No matter the ideal of the fly, the cup is not graspable. The fly may be able to identify itself. The fly may be able to identify the cup, but from its perspective, it cannot see that identity of a cup, the external cup, as something that is salient for it for grasping, for that procedure, for that skill. I want
to say that there are things that are the case for me that are that play a constitutive role in the affordances that are available to me. That's what I want to emphasize.
Yes, well, that's the dogma element as well.
Perhaps
that's the element of structure. It's the element of setting the criterion. It's the element of what already is, and it's respect for that.
But it's also the element of that. The world is also shaped independently of me, sometimes by culture, sometimes by technology, but sometimes by nature itself, such that I can make a purchase on the world. I want to resist the romantic notion that the world is a blank slate that I simply express myself upon. The world has its own structure that constrains and puts demands on me. So and sometimes we work with that. Like if this
as revealed in our errors.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. And if this cup didn't have what Spinoza would call its kinetis, its structure, its resistance to force, I couldn't use it to hold water, etc. That's what I meant. So let's say that a participatory knowing generates the affordances, and we've got some variation on that we're playing around with. But then what I would say is the perspectival knowing makes them salient to me. So this is graspable right now to me, and I foreground it. I size it up. I salience landscape around it. It's present to me now in the way that other affordances are not present to me.
Okay, why is that different than what we just discussed?
This is the difference between participatory knowing and perspectival knowing. The presence is something that's important to you. The salience landscape. You have all these identities around you. You know how all of these things work in your room or wherever you are. You know how everything functions. You have a particular identity for yourself and the way that you can interact with all of those things. That's the participatory knowing. Creating yourself and creating those things, and maybe changing how you identify yourself based on how you can identify the things, right? You can grab a cup, so you're a cup grabber in some way. Knowing all that initially, that's the first level of consciousness or knowing. But then you have a different perspective of which parts are important, which parts are relevant, which parts are currently available, relevant for something.
I don't think it's different, but what I wanted to make room for was a distinction between them, because I wanted there to. I mean, I think you would agree with it. I wanted there to be an unconscious level at which we know the world, at which the world and I are being co-shaped together. We talked about that before, and so that's what I'm trying to make a place for with the participatory knowing. I want to make that it precedes us in an important way, as sort of self-aware beings.
Does that make sense? So the participatory knowing, defining yourself in relation to what you can do with your room or the objects around you, and so on and so forth, that comes before determining what is important and determining what you can actually interact with, what is available to you at the moment. That comes before. You create this hierarchy of things that are salient in your landscape of identification.
Perspectival.
The room is there before you walk into it.
The room is there, but also my body. I mean, this is the big thing about embodiment. It's taking the body deeply seriously as constituent of my cognition. If I didn't make my body, right? I participate in it. I can shape it. I can move it. But
it's given to you in a sense as well.
It's given to me, exactly. And that givenness it constrains the way in which the world can be given to me. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm trying to say. And I want to make a deep, I'm for you.
That's the definition of reality.
Well, at least the one sense we were talking about earlier. But see, I take embodiment deeply seriously. And so another way of putting it is participatory knowing is knowing at the level of our embodiment.
I think that's why the Christians emphasize the resurrection of the body, by the way.
I mean, what Jonathan said about the Christians emphasizing the body and the goodness of the world over against the Gnostics, I'm a little bit worried about that term, because Gnosticism wasn't a group of people. It's more like a style of religiosity, like fundamentalism. But I get his point. There were certain, at least the Valentinians.
Yes, well, I mean, it really struck me, that valorization of the body, this insistence across. And this is something, again, I would say that the new atheists don't appreciate at all. It's like, well, the resurrection of the body. Well, what does that mean? It means profound respect for the body. It means attributing to the body the value of the spirit. But it means something psychologically, which is what you're getting at here. Is consciousness is not separate in some sense from
that's exactly
the body.
It. Yeah. So the participatory knowing is at the level of embodiment. And then your consciousness, your state of mind, makes certain affordances salient to you. That's what situational awareness is. That's what the whole psychology of situational awareness is. Like, how do people pick up on the affordances that are available? How do they make them present? How do they also present themselves to it? Right? That co-presencing. And that's what you're looking. And then funny, talk about realness. That's what you're looking for in the video game. It's not verisimilitude that predicts that sense of presence, or how real the game is.
Right. Well, you can tell that if you watch The Simpsons.
Or play Tetris. Tetris reliably gives people a sense of presence.
What?
But it's not based on verisimilitude.
Okay, so we're presence. Try to follow this. Verisimilitude means realness. So I'm not sure why you're using that word, but that is not the thing that creates realness or makes it seem real. I think he means particularly adding detail. So having a game that has lots and lots of detail does not make it seem more real. And it seems that he's going to continue to say that something like Tetris will be more real. And that's because it changes how you see the world and you can interact in it and change the game very radically, I guess. So there's a participation that is foundational there for the perceived realness or the presence, I think he used.
What it is they're getting into a flow state. They're picking up on affordances. They're making them salient. They're getting a dynamic, flowing situation.
Music does that too.
Yes, exactly. And music is how we do serious play with our salience landscaping. Okay, so now
He says as a casual aside.
Yeah, what does he mean by that? Music is how we play with our salience landscape. Boy, that's one for me to like pay more attention to for myself.
on affordances. They're making them salient. They're getting a dynamic, flowing situation.
Music does that too.
Yes, exactly. And music is how we do serious play with our salience landscape.
Do serious play with our
Okay,
salience.
so
He
now,
says as a casual aside.
Serious play.
so
I quite like music. How does music change what is salient? How do we change our salience or play with our salience landscape with music? Yeah, I can kind of understand that. You could determine which ones are important, but you don't have a particular skill. So this the salience landscape doesn't it's not the foundation for any particular skill if you're just listening to music or interacting with it. But maybe he'll
that's
expand.
the perspectival knowing. Once we have situational awareness, what does situational awareness do? Situational awareness basically tells you which skills should you bring to bear. Is swimming relevant here? Well, no. Well, how do I know? My situational awareness. So the perspectival
That's your ability
knowing,
to read the story.
Well, yes, right, exactly. So which skills should you bring to bear? That's the procedural knowing. Once you've got your skills engaged, and this is the fundamental point of the pragmatist, right? That it's also it's your skilled activity that undergirds your propositional. Once the procedural knowledge is properly engaged, then
that's what understand means.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
Yes.
So that's what I'm doing. You see, I'm trying to build it up, participatory, right, into perspectival, into procedural, into propositional. And the new atheists and modernity and all of this stuff is locked in a propositional tyranny, and it's cut us off from all of this. And cutting us off from this cuts us off from the body, cuts us off from the primary connection.
And that propositional tyranny is that best encapsulated in the idea that there's nothing outside the text.
Well, I think that's right. Except, you see, so I've read Derrida deeply, right? Except
trying to read everything in some sort of literal sense and not allowing for any interpretation at all, or any sort of looseness there, or any growth within a single text. Let's say you have a text that the words don't change in any sense, but the interpretations blossom and grow. And of course, the person who was stuck at this at the level of proposition will see that the propositions don't change because the words don't change and nothing has changed. So what's the difference? Well, there's so much more than just the words there. There's all the other things behind it or underneath it.
And
can't cut it all off.
And Derrida, and I forget who wrote the book Semiological Reductionism. He's open to this kind of critique. Derrida, of course, has something outside of the text, which is difference itself. Right. And that's the whole point. Difference can't be captured in the text. It can't be separated from the text. But so he has this doorway, and that's why he gets attracted so much to negative theology. That's why I would argue that's why
negative theology. What do you mean?
So negative theology was part of Neoplatonic Christianity, heavily influenced by the ineffable experiences that people have within mystical experiences, which is ultimate. And it's also based on a critique of you shouldn't think of God as a thing. Right. This is the no thingness of God, not the nothingness, the no thingness. We should also talk about the confusion of those contributes to nihilism, but we'll maybe come back to that another day. Right. So the idea of negative theology is you fundamentally, I wonder if this is like Jung's circumambulation. You fundamentally understand God by saying what God is not, but not, of course, randomly. Right. What you're trying to do is.
Oh, that's sort of like the God of the gaps.
Well, no.
Oh, sorry.
No. Don't apologize. We're friends talking.
Don't apologize. You're not allowed to apologize.
Well, I don't want to derail the conversation. So
it's been like this, and it's been wonderful. It feels to me like doing Tai Chi. It's more.
Well, that's interesting. These chaotic conversations that have no clear direction for any long periods of time. It's kind of like wrestling or Tai Chi. That's a fascinating way of putting it.
That it's more of a recognition of not of the God of the gaps, but of a recognition how our categorical scheme is always inadequate. So, for example, is God an object? Well, no, that's wrong. Is God a subject like the way we are? No, that's wrong too. That's inadequate.
Right. So God escapes our categorical.
Right.
God is by definition, in some sense, what escapes our categories.
Because God is supposed to be the grounding of the intelligibility that makes the categorical scheme possible. At least that's
right.
the
But God's also present within the category scheme if it's set up properly. So.
Right. So the point about negative theology, that's why it's not just the God of the gaps. The point is to see within the category, that it's present within the categories, but it's not capturable within the categories. That's what you're trying to do.
The category, the reality supersedes the categories, which is why you're not supposed to make idols. Why you're not supposed to make representations of God.
But you can make icons. To summon Jonathan back into the conversation one more time, you can make icons, right? And you got John Luke Marion's distinction between the idol and the icon.
What's the distinction?
The distinction.
The icon does not capture God.
Right. That's exactly it.
That's an artwork. So an artwork is an icon.
Exactly.
And propaganda is an idol.
Yes, I would agree with both of those statements.
Well, isn't that something? Because they're really in some sense far astray, aren't they? But they do map. And so how cool is that? So art is the icon. How cool. And propaganda is the idol. Exactly, man. And I had these paintings in my house and they were melds of the icon and the idol. Well, right? Because there's all this socialist realism. I have 200 pieces of socialist realism watching the icon and the idol fight with each other.
Well, and the problem is they are, and I want to get the etymology of this word, they, at a superficial level of similarity, they can easily be confused. Confused. Okay.
Yes. And I would say they will inevitably confused in the absence of God.
Well,
because propaganda, like this is something I've been working out too, John, is that we make religious the next thing on the hierarchy if we don't give to what is religious its proper place. And I think the new atheists are beginning to realize this. It's like, oh, look at that. We didn't eradicate the religious spirit.
No, it just moved somewhere else. It just moved somewhere
and becomes pathologized by its association with that.
This is Tillich's critique of ideology. Of ideology, because I think ideology is a form of idolatry. But this is Tillich's critique of idolatry, which is precise. We cannot, and I think you've said things along this discussion that point to this. We cannot abandon our ultimate concern. Right, that's his.
Yes, that's right. We can't.
No, we can't.
And so this isn't a negative discussion. This isn't a negative definition of God either. Because to get back to your negative theology point, I've been concentrating in my thought recently on the positive attributes of God.
Yep.
And so, like the drive towards unity and the motivational hierarchy.
That is so Neoplatonic, Jordan. I mean, my gosh, that is so Neoplatonic.
Well, we're all unconscious avatars of great philosophers, and some less unconscious than others. But
we are all unconscious avatars for the Buddha. Interesting. Negative theology meaning, okay, so we're just referring to all the things that are not God, as opposed to a positive theology, which is actually giving the qualities of God. I think this is what he's referring. He actually didn't explain it, so I'm only trying to gather from context clues. And of course, we are. I guess we're kind of familiar with the sort of not this, not that, not this sort of thing. God that cannot be categorized, or it escapes all categorization, which you said earlier, which is what led to the negative theology. So I think that fits. This is what negative theology is. You're just referring to all the things that God is not, or that whatever spirit is not, or consciousness is not, or fit in whatever it is that you want to identify. And you identify it negatively.
Still there, and so, but you can't do away with that drive to unity, and in some sense you also can't critique it, because when we say the good, we assume that there's a unity between goods.
I think this is Plotinus's transmoral notion of the good, and you and Jonathan talked about the transmoral notion.
So we've got this transmoral notion of good, and it seems that Jordan was saying that all good things are the same.
You can't do away with that drive to unity, and in some sense you also can't critique it, because when we say the good, we assume that there's a unity between goods.
There's a unity between goods. When we say the good, Who says the good? I'm not sure. So if I say something is good, if I say something like this music is good or this conversation is good, there's some unity between all those things. If I refer to the good, that assumes that these things are unified in some way.
I think, yeah, this is Plotinus's transmoral notion of the good. And you and Jonathan talked about the transmoral notion that there's, right? He says, look, any sort of moral or aesthetic goodness is ultimately based on the goodness of being. And he says,
oh my goodness. This is one that I definitely disagree with. Okay, this is transmoral notion. So this we're saying that moral and aesthetic goodness is founded on the goodness of being. Okay. Now you're jumping into aesthetics. I love art and I like to think about aesthetics quite a bit. I don't think that it is grounded on being. Nothing needs to be. But of course, depends on why do you want to use that word be, and well,
when are we attributing being? He says we attribute being the more we find that there's a oneness of something, and when we understand, we are bringing things. So the knowledge is a process of oneness, and what we're doing is we're conforming to the reality, which being is a process of wanting. And when those are at one, that is when the heart starts to rest from its suffering. And I think there's something fundamentally right about that. Huh. Can I ask you something, because I think I'm getting you, and what I heard you saying is, like, let's take the metaphor of the idol and the icon fused, and if there isn't something beyond them, you can't actually pull them apart. That's what I'm hearing you say.
Yes, they collapse into one another.
Yes.
Look what happened with the deification of Stalin and Marx and Lenin and Mao. That's not accidental. It's inevitable.
And we have the deification of celebrities, and we have the deification of products, and we have the deification of ideologies. And what I wanted to say, but just before we lose the thread of Derrida, is for Derrida, you know how we were talking about how it's transcategorical, but also present within the. That's what difference is, at least my reading of Derrida. It's within the text, but it also points to that which can't be reduced or captured in the text. That's why I think because otherwise, like, why is he attracted to negative theology? What's going on there? What's the interest? And
so you'll have to delve into the difference idea a bit more and flesh it out for me. I know it's key to Derrida's thought, but it's a long time since I've thought about it. And so what's the current let's say cultural understanding of difference, and what's your understanding of it?
Well, okay, I don't know if those two are identical. That would be. No,
I don't think they are. That's why I wanted you to talk about both of them.
I think Derrida.
Does anybody have any idea on how we should be spelling difference? Because I don't know what this is. It just difference, but French? Is this the word that we're using?
Foucault are often invoked.
I don't know how to I don't know how to write that out in my notes.
And very, very rarely read. I think, so when you're asking me about the cultural, Foucault, I think that is by and large the case. I think there's an invocation of ideas or themes from them, but that the hard work of wrestling with their arguments is often not done. So I hesitate to say what the cultural, because I think I don't hear when deconstruction is invoked. I don't hear difference being talked about or spoken about. I hear, and so I hear deconstruction being reduced to a kind of demolishment, as opposed to what I think Derrida wanted it to be. I'm not here to defend Derrida either. I have criticisms of Derrida, but I think if we're going to criticize Derrida, I spent years literally working with it. This is my understanding of difference, to answer your question.
Okay, so difference apparently has something to do with deconstruction, and our modern form or cultural understanding of deconstruction is a little bit not quite it, a little bit watered down. But okay, we can follow along with that. Now, what is the real understanding of difference?
So the idea of difference is, and it has to go it's basically like John Searle's argument, that semantics is not reducible to syntax and pragmatics is not reducible to semantics. It's that whenever I'm saying anything, the way you understand it is how it differs from other things, contrast, class. So when, this from psychology, well, maybe it's been a while, but, when you ask people, what are some things that are flammable? Well, they'll say wood because it contrasts with metal and stone. They won't say people, right? Even though people are flammable.
What? People are flammable? Are they actually? Are people flammable? Wait a second, is that true? Can you just be on fire? What does it mean to be flammable? I guess if you put flammable liquid, then you're going to be flammable. But like a person doesn't just like light on fire, do they? Certainly you can be cremated, but is that the same thing? Well, I guess I don't know.
Because it doesn't belong to the contrast set, right? That's just sort of standard. Okay. So we understand something in terms of its contrast, something it differs from, but we also defer. What we do is we go to the other thing and we get some information that isn't in, and we bring it back to often insightfully reinterpret. So we're both differing and deferring in whenever we're understanding anything, which means
I don't like this sort of, man, we got so much language weirdness here. We're deferring in. He said deferring again, but he said it with a different emphasis, and I didn't understand what that meant.
What we do is we go to the other thing.
Yeah, I tried to avoid speaking about the word games that he likes to do in the etymology and stuff, but defer and deferring are the same word to me.
And we get some information that isn't in, and we bring it back to often insightfully reinterpret. So we're both differing and deferring in whenever we're understanding anything, which means...
Okay, we're both differing and deferring. Differing and deferring. Every time I'm saying it, I feel like they're the same word, but I guess to differ would be to have to notice a difference. To defer would be to like not pay attention to one thing and go to the next, right? To defer, to go into something else. To differ, and defer.
We can't limit the interpretation of the text to just what is captured within the
text.
Yes, exactly.
Well, no, definitely. Of course not. Of course not. I mean, the text has a reader.
Differed.
Yeah.
It's like I've thought about this. There's a word, there's a phrase, there's a sentence, there's a paragraph, there's a chapter, there's a book, there's a library.
That's
yeah, well, that's built into you. You're the reader. You're the reader bringing the consequence of multiple texts to this text. And the text is therefore the interaction between that multitude of texts speaking within you and this current text. It's a dialogue.
Right.
The text is a dialogue.
That's right.
And it's a dialogue between if it's done properly, it's a dialogue between the universal human spirit that engages the golden thread across time and this current text.
I don't know what that means. Golden spirit of thread or whatever. Okay. Pointing versus contrasting, you think? To differ is to contrast. I get that. To defer, if I defer to something, does that point to something else? To defer? I don't know what deferring means. I know what it means in normal parlance and normal usage of the word, but for a meaning of something, to defer the meaning to something else, how does that capture the meaning of the first thing that you deferred from?
And that's philosophia.
Yes, I agree. So, and
you can tell when you're doing that because that's the meaning. That's meaning.
So okay. I think
do we agree on that, by the way? Because we're both so concerned with meaning. Is meaning the manifestation of the philosophia?
I think meaning...
in its highest form, I would say then.
It's like to refer. Okay, I refer to this thing, but I defer. I'm actually going to go to the thing that I'm referring to, I guess. That kind of makes sense.
I understand meaning when we're not talking about sort of semantic propositional meaning. When we're talking about the meaning that goes into meaning
existential
in life and makes
meaning.
Life bearable. Right.
Yeah, okay. That meaning.
So I think
the non-propositional meaning.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Fair enough. Because meaning is ultimately, when we say meaning in life, we're using meaning as a metaphor. We're saying there's something like sentences that's like between me and the world, right? And I think we have to remember that that's what we're doing.
When we use meaning in life, we use it as a metaphor. So some people use metaphor, and of course we go back into the ways of knowing or the types of knowing and how they're vastly different. And of course, if you say something like you're conscious of something or there's something has a meaning, we have to point out specifically if we're referring to propositional meaning or propositional awareness or propositional knowledge or propositional consciousness or procedural awareness or procedural consciousness or procedural meaning or perspectival and participatory and so on. We have to be clear on which of these levels of meaning we're referring to or which of these levels of awareness or understanding or knowing we're referring to. It'd be important to kind of parse that out if we're just pointing out, or if we're just inquiring about the meaning of life.
Yeah, I think that meaning is,
Or any meaning, rather.
meaning is the connectedness, the dynamic affordance that allows us to optimally grip the world, and thereby affords the cultivation of wisdom. If we think of wisdom not just as knowledge.
Okay. So that's the driving spirit of the West, not power.
Now that he pointed out wisdom here, which one of those things is wisdom? Clearly not the propositional knowledge, but the procedural, perspectival, and participatory. Which one of those is wisdom? Or where does wisdom fall in between, or transcending all of those, I guess? Where is wisdom in that set of different ways of knowing?
Right.
When it's look, I mean, we deserve to be criticized. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that things are above criticism and that power doesn't play its nefarious role, because it certainly does. And so does the love of power, all of that.
Yeah.
And it leads to terrible consequences. But we're actually trying to analyze that. And we're trying to say, look, you have to pursue wisdom. And you find the pathway to wisdom in meaning, in the manifestation of meaning as an experiential phenomenon.
I agree with that, and
Wisdom
I
is
think,
in all of them.
I mean, a few minutes ago you sounded like Derrida, and I don't mean that as any kind of insult. Now you're sounding like Heidegger. I mean, the question concerning technology was the whole idea that we have reduced our relationship to the world as a relationship of power. And we even think, right?
That's his claim. I see. I didn't understand that exactly.
Yeah, that's the fundamental claim. And so we
power, control. Oh, that's why David Suzuki criticizes the West and Genesis, because he sees that he's responding to that mastery as control phenomena, power.
Yes.
Right, rather than the dance. But I think when it's done right, it's the dance. Heidegger is worried that the dance will be reduced to power, which I suppose makes his dalliance with Nazism all that more.
Well, I think Vervaeke is right.
A warning.
Yeah, if Heidegger had kept to his original reading of Plato, instead of turning and making Plato sort of the villain in his story of the history of nihilism, Vervaeke makes a great argument that is what sort of sensitizes Heidegger to the Nazis. And so Heidegger basically gets Platonism, he gets it, and then he inverts his interpretation. And it looks for kind of suspicious reasons that he does that. And then he recasts Plato.
I also wonder, too, should we take Heidegger's turning to Nazism as an indication of his corruption, or as a dreadful warning about the dreadful attractiveness of precisely such things to the unprepared mind?
Well, I
mean, Heidegger's a mind to be contend with, so that's a terrible warning.
For sure. And I mean, Heidegger's deep reading of, people have wrestled with this, like Vervaeke, like Derrida, about just like, why does Heidegger end up here? And well, like I said, I think Vervaeke makes a very good argument, but it's deeply perplexing, because what's happening in Heidegger reads Nietzsche very deeply. And then what he sees that he wants to reconstitute fundamental ontology so that our primary relationship to being is not will to power. He wants to get outside the power framework, which is the question concerning technology and all of this stuff. And, my friend Johannes Niederhauser.
And that's driving the positive side of the environmentalism movement as well, right? Let's say the desire for a dance rather than for the imposition of power.
This is Heidegger appropriating Eckhart's term, Gelassenheit. Gelassenheit is this idea of letting be, not in the passive sense, but the way you let your partner be when you're dancing together, right? The affording. And Heidegger says what we've done is we instead of that, we've turned everything into what he calls standing reserve. Everything
we're tempted. I see. That's the standing reserve idea. It's for the consumption of power.
Yes. And then our only relationship, and this is Fromm's critique, right? The modal confusion, that we are trapped in the having mode. But you'd say then it would be a propositional materialism that would lead to that outcome, because if it's dead matter that we're dealing with, then that's the logical consequence of that. That's the logical moral consequence of that. What would you say? It's a stance that's supposed to be outside the moral world, right? So the objective world is dead material. Well, what do you do with dead material? You store it for
are you not inevitably tempted to store it for the consumption of power?
Exactly. That's you have that's I mean that's the core of the Heideggerian critique. And then the idea is, can we recover ways of being, ways of knowing that put us into, and this is a religious notion.
So then why did he turn to Nazism? I mean, if that's what he wanted to recover. There's a romanticism about extremist movements that the propositional world doesn't grasp. And maybe that has something to do with it, but it still doesn't explain to me why he fell prey to it.
So, I mean, I think
So a lot of this is way over my head right now. I understand what's happening. I can follow the words. I can sort of follow what we're talking about. Heidegger apparently becoming a Nazi, even though he understood different forms of knowing, and he still fell into that. But I don't understand the salience of any of this conversation, how it ties to other things that we were talking about earlier.
And we have to remember, because we're misled by the Nazi war machine to understand how much of a nature movement Nazism was, how much a return to nature, how much the body, how much this was about getting outside of the Cartesian intellect. There was
immense nature romanticism in the precursors to Nazism.
Yes. And
it included eradication of foreign species when they were introduced into the natural environment. And there was a nature as purity, a dimension that came out of that. Nature as purity. Yeah. And that's a very complex idea. So you think Heidegger was attracted by the nature romanticism?
I think he was attracted by the nature romanticism. I think he was attracted by the original. I mean, we forget this too because of the later deals that Hitler made. But and this is why. What's the leader of the brown shirts? I can't remember the essay.
Owsley? No. Mussolini.
I can't remember. He's German, and he called for when the Nazis had taken power, he called for the second revolution against the capitalists and against the technology. Nazism.
Kamsineer?
No, I think it's something like Rom or something like that. The head of the essay. Rommel? The brown shirts.
Okay. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, so there's a secondary revolution.
Well, that's why he's assassinated in the Night of Long Knives, because Hitler realized that if the second revolution happened, he would piss off the industrialists. He would piss off the technology that he needed, and so that's why. That's one of the reasons for the Night of the Long Knives when they're all assassinated, and we have to remember that Nazis were assassinated. Because the second revolution was being plotted? He was off. The guy that was the head of the SA was pushing for the second revolution, right? And because
and the second revolution. Sorry, I need to know more about that because this is something I don't know obviously enough about.
Well, so. If you read Heidegger, there's not only there's a nature romanticism, but there's also an agrarian romanticism. There's that getting back to the soil. And you notice the blood and soil also getting back to the soil. And getting back to the earth and right. And
so that's all a call out of the propositional, but it's a pathological call out of the propositional.
Very much,
or it becomes pathological.
Yes.
Maybe that's because it doesn't find its proper expression in logos. Because I often think of Hitler. Hitler uses his logos antithetically. Right? He has the gift of the word, but he perverts it and subverts it to the service of power. And
I think that's right. I think that if Heidegger had stayed with his original reading, which he was lecturing on all through the 20s and into the 30s, Vervaeke argues, if he had stayed with that original reading of Plato, he would have stayed sensitive to the logos in the way Tillich did. Right? Tillich got it. Tillich is the first non-Jewish academic to be persecuted by the Nazis, and he eventually leaves because he gets it. He gets the logos. He really gets it.
What does he get exactly?
He gets that the attempt to separate, using our language, the logos from the love of being and the capacity to love other people. And sorry, this sounds like a Hallmark card, but I think we've talked enough that these words won't just be heard trivially. That the attempt to separate, I mean, and this is what Christian.
That's when you can tell you've talked enough, when such words are not to be heard trivially anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's a very good thing to say. Yeah, I like that. Tillich gets, if you try and separate love from logos, agape from logos, that you are malforming logos. And that's why you have all of this sort of crypto love going on within the Nazis. There's even the homoeroticism, which is so bizarre given the other aspects of the Nazi ethos. At least that's what I would argue.
You can drive nature out with a pitchfork, but she always comes roaring back in.
Yeah, and Heidegger was also, I think he thought, like many people, that he could somehow manage this. Right. I think one of my big critiques of Heidegger has always been attracted to sort of nebulous gravitas, right? The mystery, and it's important, and that's wrapped up with his own building of his own mystique. That I am the great thinker, that I know how to constantly move. Right?
That's interesting. So I see. So you think he also got caught up in a kind of egotism that the Nazis called to. That's interesting, because that's a very dangerous thing for a thinker, because the first thing you should think if you're a thinker is that what you don't know is a lot more than what you know, and you almost know nothing.
It's a dangerous thing to think for a thinker, and if you are a thinker, the first thing that you should think is that there's a lot more to know than what you think you know. I think that's what he said, but I'm not sure. I think we'd stick with that. You almost know nothing. If you're a thinker, you almost know nothing. All right.
And so
very important to think if you're a thinker.
Yeah, well, in Jung's relations between the ego and the unconscious, he discusses that in great detail, how to not be taken over with the ideal once you're beginning to allow it to manifest itself within you, or even when it forces itself upon you, to never identify with the sun. You're not the sun. You might be revolving around the sun, but you're not the sun.
Yeah, Icarus.
S-U-N.
Yeah.
And
yes. You're not the sun, but you may be revolving around it. Don't identify with the sun. You're not the center of all the things that are happening, apparently. You're not the great mass of all of everything. This goes back to what you were saying earlier about appreciating the depth within to appreciate the depth without, right? There's a sort of unity or reflection between the understanding that there are lots of parts of you that are unconscious and that you need to explore and understand. And once you appreciate that, then you can understand that there's lots of the world that will be dark to you, and presumably forever dark, in the intellectual sense, forever dark to you. And it may shine through occasionally, but there's going to be an infinite sphere of intelligibility outside of that, beyond that, through it. Which is fascinating, because then I guess if you get to the aspect of understanding that a person may view themselves and think that they understand themselves fully, that may translate to thinking that they understand the world fully. There may be this sort of reflection again, sort of parallel. Or if somebody understands the entire world, they understand themselves. At least that's the idea. They feel like they understand the world, or they feel like there's nothing dark in the external world, and that means that they don't appreciate the things a part of themselves that are unconscious, which would allow for lots of things to go unchecked, lots of the shadows to run rampant behind the scenes, because if you know all of the world, you're not appreciating any of the depth underneath and on the unconscious parts. You do not appreciate the depths of yourself, which are not conscious. Interesting sort of parallels here. I think that may be all implied from all of the statement that you just said. You're not the sun.
Yeah, and Plato says you can only, like in the analogy of the cave, you can only glimpse the sun, and then you're supposed to return down.
Right.
You're more like the moon. You're reflecting the sun. Oh, I like that a lot.
Yeah. The egotism. Vervaeke argues that he does some of Heidegger's letter around the period when he's turning in his interpretation of Plato, and while he says, this is, paraphrasing with considerable liberty, but Heidegger basically says, I'm having trouble. I'm sort of worried because I'm really understanding Plato, and there's nothing for me to say. There's nothing for me to say. And then he turns.
Heidegger says that.
Yes. And then he turns and then he says, no, wait.
There's nothing for my ego to say.
Yes, right. And then, no, Plato is actually the villain of the story of the history of metaphysics. Plato turns being into metaphysics and launches us down the
So he finds a convenient demon and puts himself in as a counterposition
Yeah, and I think that desensitizes him to the Socratic dimension.
And that's driven by egotism.
Yeah,
and that's the hook for the Nazis.
I think so. And I mean,
egotism.
And one of,
wow.
and one of the things,
the inner totalitarian has to welcome the outer totalitarian.
Oh, that's well said. That's very well said. I like that.
Yes, well, that's what makes me skeptical about people who claim that power structures human relations. Is that a proposition or a confession, dear sir?
Oh, yeah. See, more of this sort of reflection of the outward and the inner. If you say something about all human nature, well, this is really just a reflection of yourself, potentially, and maybe a solidification and a reinforcement of all of those sort of behaviors that you may have. Do you think that every structure is dependent on power, or everything is just a struggle for power? Well, that is really exposing how you see yourself, potentially. Yeah, that's fascinating. Yeah.
Mm.
And, I had this really interesting experience, John. I was debating Slavoj Žižek.
Yeah.
And I started with a critique of the Communist Manifesto, which, according to my critics, only indicated my rabid ignorance of Marx. But despite that, I thought it was a central document in all of my ignorance. And I talked about its call to bloody, violent revolution. And a quarter of the audience laughed and cheered. And it stopped me in my tracks for like 5 seconds. I thought,
were they cheering for or against the bloody revolution?
Freud should be here to hear and Jung as well, to hear the Freudian slip, but to hear the collective unconscious manifest itself so clearly in the relative secrecy of the crowd. And so is it that power structures human relations, my dear Marxist postmodernists, or is it that that's the inner totalitarian within you cheering the outer totalitarian on and justifying it? Because if power is the fundamental motivation, then why shouldn't I use my will to power as my fundamental motivation? Or if I do use my will to power as my fundamental motivation, why shouldn't I justify that by the criticism that is, in fact, once the blinders are off, the central human motivation, and therefore I'm entirely justified in my attempts, just like all the great people throughout time. And that's what's riveting our culture apart, I believe.
I think, yeah, I mean, I think the
so we're using these interpretations of the world. They're thinly veiled justifications for our own bad behavior, essentially. You see the world in a particular way just because that's kind of how you see yourself, and you want to justify your own behavior. So you try to convince other people that that's how the world works. Everyone just sees the world through power. Is that so? Is that really true, buddy? Are you sure about that one? That's just how you see yourself, and that's just how you are. You're trying to justify your bad behavior, potentially.
Of power. I would say that they're just like Heidegger.
The deification of power as the ultimate motivational personality.
But I would say that has a considerable history, and I think it goes back to the rise of the scientific revolution and the understanding of God. I mean, it predates the scientific revolution. When you get the nominalism of Scotus and Occam, and say there are no real patterns in the world, you denude the world of logos, and then you understand yourself and God as will. Right? That for me, and I talk about this in the series, that's there's a fundamental change. Look at how rapidly things, look at it by the time of Shakespeare. God is just this sort of, this absurd power that's on the fringes of intelligibility. And that's somebody is as sensitive to cultural depth as Shakespeare, and he's getting it. He's really getting it. It's like, what happened?
Right. And if you're an author, by the way, you could equally say, I've read and understood Shakespeare. What is there left for me to say?
Yes.
And you'd be equally wrong and equally right.
Yeah, I think. So, I think.
Well, I mean, truly, anything has infinite intelligibility behind it. So what's the point of you adding anything to the world? You don't need to really do anything. Your additional art or political work or anything isn't going to add anything to the world, because everything already has infinite intelligibility behind it, and you can literally use anything to view or to understand the depths of the entire universe, right? Because everything has this infinite intelligibility behind it, and just paying more attention to anything will give you access to the infinite intelligence of the world. And this is not purely propositional intelligence, it's deeper sort of intelligence, right? And you don't need to create any art, you don't need to create anything else because it's already there. So in this case, of course, Shakespeare already wrote his work, so what more do you have to say? Plato already wrote his work, so what more do you have to add? The Bible's already written, what more do you have to add? Is there anything else really to say? Of course not. And so on and so forth, along with everything else existing in the world. This experience is right here. What more is there?
I think that when we talked about this around the notion of dogma, I mean, if you understand, if you don't understand faith, in the way it is in the Old Testament, faith is to be coupled to God, married to God. It's more like faithfulness than it is the assertion of belief without evidence.
Yes, definitely.
But when you move to that,
faith not as a propositional belief, right? Not just your believing something propositionally without any sort of evidence. That's one level of faith, to restrict ourselves to the propositional level, but apparently it's more of a relationship or being thing.
Faith, in the way it is in the Old Testament, faith is to be coupled to God, married to God. It's more like faithfulness than it is the assertion of belief without evidence.
Yes, definitely.
But when you move to that notion of faith, and we now use the word belief, and we forget that it originally comes from the German beleben, right? Beleben, to give your heart to something. We now understand it as assertion. And what is assertion? It is an act of will. So at the heart, right? At the heart even of our theology, we have the will to power. And that's why Heidegger's critique of Nietzsche,
rather than the will to humility,
or what Aquinas was trying to save, which is love. Love is when the will is moved by something outside of the will, or something like that.
Love is when the will is moved outside of the will. What?
But that's why Heidegger's critique of Nietzsche is so profound. I mean, now to say something positive about Heidegger, right? Because Nietzsche says, well, here's this structure of Christianity, and all Nietzsche does is invert it. And the will to power is in both. And Heidegger says, no, you're still bound to it insofar as you're just negating it. What you have to do is, try to get outside of it. You have to break the shared presuppositions of both sides. I say something similar with, I think that I want to break free from the shared set of presupposition between the modern theists and the modern atheists. That's why I call myself a non-theist, because I think non-theism is the attempt to say the shared presuppositions are ultimately misframing our relationship with sacredness, and we need to get beyond them. And it's not only a philosophical.
Beautiful. Okay, we have to recognize this. Whether you're an atheist or a theist, I am an atheist. Hello, I'm an atheist. Whether you're an atheist or a theist, recognize that oftentimes there's a particular type of debate that happens between atheist and theist that was obviously something very strong during the internet atheist days, or the new atheist days, whatever you want to call that sort of thing. The height of that a couple years ago, maybe a decade ago or so, where they're stuck in a particular structure and you're just flipping out different content. You're just believing particular things, but without recognizing that the structure is exactly the same, and you can break free of that structure. You don't need to be stuck believing in God or disbelieving in God, or trying to justify your belief in God, or trying to disprove the belief in God, and so on and so forth. We don't need to be stuck in this same structure. We can break free of the structure, and then the content is just sort of irrelevant, and there are other things that are more important, or, important is not really the right word, but there are just other ways of viewing the world that may be beyond this sort of narrow-minded proposition of believing God or disbelieving in God, and this fight between atheists and theists. So we can break free of that.
Philosophical argument. The mystics, I would say, converge in a position that's very much like non-theism.
John, I'm going to stop us there.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's a fine closing statement.
Good. Okay, the mystics are non-theists, which I think most of the audience here would probably agree to. The mystics are not terribly concerned about God existing or God not existing, though the word God is used quite often around the mystical traditions. They mean something very, very different from sort of propositional belief in whatever it is that the theist may think about. Common theists may think about. Fascinating. All right, we're stuck here. We're done here.
I'm done.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Out of energy.
It's an inexhaustible conversation. And
Inexhaustible conversation. Oh, the Dharma is inexhaustible. Remember that? Everything. It's inexhaustible. I love it. Wow, this was a good conversation, man. I would like to see them again, especially if they can actually get together in real life and really play off of each other, because they're both being very playful as they have this conversation, and it's also very serious topics. But since they're being so playful, they're kind of talking over each other a little bit, and there's a couple of things that are getting lost just because of the medium. They have to make sure to, when they're talking over each other, they kind of have to pause and wait for the other one to speak, and there's a little bit more hiccups going on. But it's a lot of fun. They can tell that they're both having a good time. So I'd like to see them both together in person, so they can get a little bit more of that playfulness coming out. Very good stuff.
I appreciate you participating in it very much.
Well, thank you for having me. And
I've been a great proponent of yours. I mean that in the sense of noting the greatness that's in you and
Proponent.
and seeing how it's manifested itself, especially in your relationship with your students, and noticing
That's lovely.
that. And
Oh, that's lovely, man. He's just appreciating the beauty. Well, not beauty, but appreciating the greatness. I am a fan of that. I love to appreciate things. And wow, how cute is that for him to say that he's been appreciating for a long time, appreciating his works and noticing his greatness. Wow. Can we all take the time to notice some greatness in the world today? Wouldn't that be nice?
well,
and having admiration and respect for that.
and I respect your work, and I disagree with it in parts, but we've always been able to do that in a way that is born with affection and respect.
Well, God, it's always nice to find someone who disagrees with your work who could help correct it.
Exactly. Seeing the other.
Thank God,
Yes,
man.
yes,
That's why I
yes.
want to talk to you. I don't like being wrong.
Yeah, that's very good. And of course, there's a big difference between the sort of criticism from, well, I don't know why I'm starting to use Leo's language here, but the criticism from below of, common folks who just don't like Jordan Peterson because, well, it's easy to make fun of him, obviously, for lots of reasons. But the criticisms that we give to Jordan Peterson from that perspective aren't really going to help push his position forward, because we're not even understanding the depth of his position. We're not even actually coming from it from a position of seeing that he's got a more mature position than just some sort of conservative, homophobic, sexist, so on and so forth, person who is just anti the left. He's not quite that. He's not just some sort of religious fundamentalist. He's got a much more mature position. We can recognize that mature position and then make the criticisms from there in such a way that we can both learn and grow together, and everyone involved can get more information here. This is the importance of understanding, or at least attempting to see the maturity in other people's positions, because you can actually push it forward. You can actually together grow, as opposed to always seeing everybody in the world as having some sort of lazy, immature position, which kind of makes your own position become lazy and immature, right? It's that same sort of reflection, again, the same sort of projection, potentially, again, where you don't allow your own position to grow because every other position that you think is opposing to yours is somehow lazy and immature, and you never grow, you never change, you never develop, and you just become perpetually dumbfounded with the entire world, thinking that everybody's crazy, not seeing that you're looking in the mirror. So we kind of give the grace to take his position more respectfully, take his position more charitably, and see that it's actually more mature than we initially thought, and that allows us to grow our own position, and everybody can happily develop together.
So, and I know you don't, and so
No, exactly.
no doubt we're still both pretty wrong.
Mostly so. If the history of science is something we should pay attention to, which we should.
Yes, or the history of our own life, for that matter.
Yeah.
All right, John. Thank you very much.
Take good care.
We'll talk again, man. Definitely.
I would like that.
I would love to
that
see
very
it.
much.
I would like it too, so we'll set it up.
There you go, Jordan Peterson, John Vervaeke. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What a couple. Man, that was a lot of fun. Great conversation, of course, going everywhere, lots of different topics, very well diffused and fractalizing into different areas. But that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. Do you like good energy? Like, comment, and subscribe for more.